Feels a little bit like Toe Jam and Earl. Alright, just setting up my phone for the moderation. Right, I'm using the Discord audio. No audio to the OBS. I figured that'd be easy since you've got it open. Unfortunately, I don't have the resources to do the head tracking. Luckily, the Magic Mirror has a thing where it follows the mouse. So I just put the V Magic Mirror right where I am on OBS, so it looks like I'm looking at my mouse pointer. So I think that'll be good enough. We're at 100 CPU ready through memory, so I think we're okay. Because I was looking for options like that as well, but I have an Android, and some of the options that I saw were only for iPhone, so looking at it. I'll look into it. Thanks. Looks like everything's okay. We'll go live whenever you're ready. You fully ready? We're going live in 5, 4. Well, hello everyone. This is Yo Faithful Amanda Splatts, rolling again with Cara Malone.
Yes.
Babiniku Summit Part 2. If you didn't watch Part 1, you know what to fucking do. Y'all like to introduce yourselves, please?
I am Cara Malone. Yes, hello chat. I am a variety streamer and I mostly yap. I do lots of yapping.
Malone yap is fucking top notch, man. It's beautiful, and my man can go the distance. I mean, Monday we got 5 hours in, and I had to remind him, hey, we're playing unpacking today. Move one thing. So technically, you could say you played the fucking game.
Yeah, that was a 5-hour yap fest where I did not touch the game at all. I was not expecting. I had so many plans for that day of finishing unpacking because I think there's like 1 or 2 levels left, and then I would finish up with some demos, and then everything went wrong. And I guess it went right since I was just talking.
Yeah, it went fucking
But
great.
I was not expecting a 5-hour yap.
Nicola.
Hello, Nicola, and Nicola.
Nicola and
I mean, you probably know who I am at this point if you're watching the stream.
I don't know who you are. So
You don't know.
who is the
Yes,
Nicola?
I make the music. I make the beat boops.
you make the
And,
he's on
I like.
Did you say make the music and the
I'm
people?
on my chiptune arc.
Yeah, man. Y'all haven't listened to Nicola's recent shorts. Check them out. They're really good. It's just like beeping and booping all over the fucking place. It's great, man. I love a fucking
Yes.
chiptune. I love demaking stuff, like taking the modern music and everything and going old school with it. I love it.
You play a lot of NES games, right?
Yeah. I actually recently did a stream where I did a bunch of classic NES games with the Pomodoro timer. Because I'm reaching for those fucking keys and trying to use all the buzzwords I can. Pomodoro timer apparently became popular for some reason.
I've noticed that a lot of retro stuff is starting to make a comeback, a massive comeback, because they're sick and tired of the always online features.
Oh god.
And where it continuously tracks you. So when you're always online, all your friends know when you're playing games, and you're like, okay, I'm just gonna sit down and play so and so game, and it's just like, oh, you're online.
Like,
Yeah, and someone.
update 300 gigabytes for.
Oh yeah, and then like the day one updates and all the other crap because everything else is like,
It's just so fucking annoying. And as someone who's interested in game preservation as I am, trying to make sure that we can experience this stuff in the future, it pisses me off how we did stuff like that, or how games like Multiverse is going to be shut down pretty soon because of how badly it performed, and we're going to lose that forever. I mean, it's not a massive deal, but it had fans.
A lot of it. Oh, I was just gonna say that a lot of it is being backed up via emulation. So you end up with like what are those things? The emulation devices, like the handheld that mimics the other things, and it's like you have like 300 plus games on it.
Yeah, but
I mean, it's not the real thing, but it's like an emulation device.
Emulation, unfortunately, it's like not always perfect. I mean, you look at Virtua Fighter 1, which came out like in the early 90s. They have still yet to figure out how to emulate it in 2025, how to emulate it properly. We still have bugs in it. So you're losing access to the real thing. And the servers, unless someone has a fan server or something.
The neat thing about emulation for those older consoles like the NES and such is that they're very they're very resource cheap to emulate on modern hardware because the difference in performance is so drastic. I remember, and this wasn't even in recent years, this was when I was in high school. My friend, I shouldn't say his name, one of my friends in my math class had an emulator for the original Game Boy playing Pokemon that he ran on his he ran it on his Texas Instruments calculator.
Whoa!
Oh, I did not do that.
That is impressive.
I
did
have a Pokemon emulator a little bit later because I wanted to play all the old Pokemon games that I did not have anymore at that time because I think I gave them away to a friend, or I sold them, or I lost them over the course of time. So I ended up emulating all the games I used to have, and I'm like, okay, boom.
Well, the older ones are more straight up RPGs. I mean, they're great and everything, but once you beat them, there's not a whole ton of replayability past like getting YouTube or something.
Is it?
Yeah, because it was apparently a lot of my generation's introduction to RPGs. Although I played the original Final Fantasy and everything, but that's a lot of people do turn-based battles and walking around the map and not having any fucking clue what you're doing. So you talk to that one NPC for the 5th fucking time.
Oh, I remember the older Pokemon games being a lot more difficult.
Yeah.
I think it peaked during what is it called? Black and White and Black and White 2, because those are the ones that stick with me. I distinctly remember Black and White and Black and White 2, because even I think canonically, one of them dies. I think it was Hilbert Black that canonically dies because they made a manga, and I think he dies. He ends up becoming a gem or something. He gets like the white angel, the dragon legendary Pokemon, and then he fuses with it into like a gem.
Wow. That's some crazy shit. That series had some crazy shit. It really changed from just, hey, there's some dumb kid in a red hat who wants to be the very best like no one ever was. And
yeah,
then you got...
he started off as like that. He started off as like almost like the Ash Ketchum like, and then they went like completely different with that. Like he was dumber than a sack of bricks. And and then he was using the dream Pokemon. I forgot what it was called, but it was like the little fluffy thing, and it eats your dreams, and then it was using it to like implant like actual thoughts. So it would eat his dreams, and then it would plant other thoughts in place. So he was like borderline freaking retarded.
That's fucked up, man. That's some Freddy Krueger shit.
Yeah, it is, and then he would use it to essentially like game cheat certain moves, because all of a sudden he'd be like, oh, I have the dream Pokemon eat my dreams and then implant me with like memories, and then all of a sudden I gain all the memories from like what is the correct path, what are the correct moves. So he kind of goes like almost like Neo when he has the thing attached to his head, like some sort of weird head crab.
Whoa, I know Kung Fu.
You figured out all the tips and tricks.
It's why I like it's why Black and White like sticks with me, because Black and White was made to be because Nintendo knew that they were like their audience had been maturing, so they're like, okay, let's make a more mature Pokemon for the older generation, and they did that.
They kind of did that with Arceus recently.
I never played Black and White.
Black and White is good. You would like Black and White.
I only played Sapphire, which was Gen 3.
Oh.
And I remember I played the hell out of that, but like I was too young to really understand some of the more nuanced mechanics, but I kind of just brute forced my way through by grinding.
I can see that, because in Pokemon you just kind of you do get a point where you just kind of grind away, and it ends up becoming just a massive grind fest.
Yeah, and although if I remember correctly, isn't there like a check and balance kind of built into that, where if you level up too high, they won't you anymore?
No. There isn't a check and balance for levels. So theoretically, you start to gain levels slowly, if you keep grinding the same area. But what ends up happening is the inverse. There are checks. Like the checks and balances would be the Pokemon weaknesses and the Pokemon types. So in the older Pokemons, you could be like really high level, And if you just like go against like a mid-level enemy that has a weakness, or like exploiting your weakness, you still might lose because of the check and balance. In the newer ones, I believe you can't, because there's like so many. It's like this one is rock and metal. This one is fire and water for reasons unknown.
Because each region has like their own different
Yeah, when
ones,
I played,
don't
I
they?
didn't really pay attention to the elements. And I didn't pay attention to other moves that like alter your stats, or like my philosophy was deal damage and deal more damage.
Yeah.
Like if it does more damage, it's more better. And if it doesn't do any damage, then I don't want to use it. It's useless.
You sound like a fighting type Pokemon build. Because that's all they are. It's just like deal more damage. Like because they're like a normal type, so they generally don't have any weaknesses, and they just like punch harder, punch faster, kick.
I always felt bad for the normal Pokemon, because like they're just labeled as fucking normal. But then I found out that they can learn Hyper Beam. My boy Snorlax can learn Hyper Beam. I'm like, yeah, that shit alone won't get me through. Yeah, I think y'all just got muted. Can you hear me? Oh, I can hear you now.
If I what if I do this?
Okay, I can hear y'all now. Ooh.
Wait. Oh, I can do that as well. I can how do I do that? There we go.
Hey, Darren. Thank you for stopping by, man. No, this is how I usually fucking. This is how I normally fucking. Y'all are fucking zooming back there. I love the energy, man. Like, that's what I love about a fucking Cara Malone stream. That fucking energy. You got the crowd
I
in
was
here.
just I was. Oh wait, I can also do this. Wait. Oh no. That oops. That was not what I wanted. No. That's still not what I want. Let's see.
Why? We're VTubing.
We're fucking
Ben!
bitches getting rotated. Malone getting fucking rotated over here, man. Y'all breaking the fans immersion.
I am being rotated. I am beginning to experiment more and more and more, and I'm finding out more and more.
And I fucking love that, man. That's one of the things I really love about flavors, that you can get fucking experimental with it. Like, there aren't a lot of places, like for example, where I'd be able to do writing streams and stuff like that. But people are loving it. People are loving what I'm putting down, man. Yeah, y'all are fucking dancing on the ceiling, man. Y'all got the spirit. I'm afraid I can't do that because I don't have the actual webcam. I'm just looking around using the mouse pointer. But y'all fucking.
Oh yeah, that is also true.
Well, look, the fan of yours is the one, like Foxy Roxy, I think it was. They're the one that gave you your 3D, right?
Yes. The Foxy Roxy made the model for me, and it took a while to figure out what to do. Because I think I was
powerful.
Yeah,
yes. But I think my problem, because when I was what was it called, when I was doing that tech support stuff with Nicola, I forgot when, but when I was doing all of that, I think I was exporting it wrong, like exporting the file wrong, because I exported it like 3 times, and by the 3rd time it finally worked. Because I gave Nicola the model, and it was having the same exact issue that was having with me. And I'm like, huh. Well, that makes things more difficult.
Sometimes you just gotta keep fucking punching the TV again and again to get the wires across or whatever. Like, get the message.
Yes, that is also true.
Darren in chat actually brings up a good point. He said, honestly, we know cars get experimental. He has a folder to prove it. We've seen the fucking carry and AI checks, Malone.
By sheer happenstance and accident.
The folder?
How do I say this?
You got fucking tentacle porn.
I have.
That's how you say it. Tentacle.
Yes, I have a folder of tentacle porn. I first had it to the point where I just had it as being a topless thing. So every single time the what's it called would make me topless, I would put it in that folder. And so I would put it in the experiment. No, wait, was it experiment or was it? I put it in a separate, like, segregated folder, and then all of a sudden I'm like, huh, wait a minute, can I make tentacle porn? So
it wasn't an accident. You were actually trying to make the fucking tentacle porn.
The second time around, I did. The first time around when I was.
The funny thing is, there's some tags where it's like you'll add them, and it'll turn into porn even if you don't want to be, just because there's so many. Like, nobody uses those tags except when it's porn, you know?
Yeah.
That was what I was finding out with my carrion playthrough. And I was sitting there like, oh, it's all porn.
It's like if you want to have tentacles in the porn, you have it like completely platonic tentacles.
Platonic tentacles.
Like, that's not gonna happen. Yeah.
Platonic tentacles is that sounds. I was revived in a dungeon, isekai into a world with frenzied tentacles. Coming this summer on Aniplex.
They're just friends.
Yeah, they're just friends. They're just kind of, sort of friends, maybe friends.
Well, they look like they were getting pretty fucking friendly, Malone.
It could be worse. It could be like an isekai, like, help, I've been reborn in a world of Funaris and I'm the only female. It's like, have fun.
I'm worried on whether that's actually a real title or not.
At this point, I don't know. I have not kept up with that many isekais.
Because they got the one that's the fucking dude of the vending machine in a medieval world. Where he has the way to plug in.
Oh, I saw that one.
So I don't fucking get it.
Okay, I didn't watch the anime, but I'm like I saw like trailers.
I saw the visual novel. I'm like, what the hell is this? And I decided to read it because there was no manga. And then I was like, okay, this is actually really funny.
Well, it's a weird fucking concept, but I can only take it so far.
Kind of reminds me of Kimono Michi, which is that one where it's the masked wrestler that gets isekai'd.
Yeah.
And decides that he wants to start as you.
God, I haven't heard of that one in a good long age. Because
that one had some really pretty decent world building for like with the like unserious premise, you know?
Yeah, it was like stupid fun, especially like right out the gate. Because I distinctly remember like welcome hero, and then he just suplexes the princess.
Yeah.
Like right out the gate, he's like,
my boy.
It's like those D&D. It's like D&D campaigns.
You're right.
Where it's all joke characters.
Yeah,
And then, like, by
it's
the
basically
end
just-
of it, you're taking it super seriously.
Yeah. It is just a like that manga and anime is just a D&D party. Whereas like I stabbed the
Yeah.
king. Like, wait, what? Like, yeah, I stabbed the king.
That's the point of the story where you realize or figure out just how heavy the guardrails are in a particular story. Whether like you actually like open a new path or something, or the cards just immediately kill you and you gotta roll for new characters.
Well, sometimes it can go in inverse to where like you're like I killed the king. You're like, what? Okay, fine. You have like here's a bunch of guards that you have to deal with now. Have fun, and then you just roll really well, and then you're like, okay, this is too many guards. Escape.
It's
And then you just
It's
escape.
debatable if the cat one is an example due to he did die, but he didn't leave the world he died in. I don't know.
The cat one is that the isekai into a behemoth, where he becomes the cat and the hot and sexy elf girl wants to lay with him, and then she does.
Oh dear.
Is that like that one where the dude becomes the girl's dad?
Yes, it's kind of like that.
Debauchery happens?
Yes, except with replace the dog with cat, with a gigantic cat that has the ability to transform.
They
and
just
make
did
it
the same thing.
Yeah, but it's just like make it bigger or make it smaller. Except the dog gets the dog is transformed in the real world, so he's just a dog at the end of the day. The behemoth
He's just a
cat,
dog.
yeah, he's just a dog. But the behemoth cat is an actual like monster with levels and everything else in an isekai like fantasy world. So
It's like that one song.
the what song?
I don't know if Amanda wants me.
Oh,
like-
that
No
song!
politics. No
Yeah,
politics.
you
No.
you-
It's not politics. It's not politics at all. I played it on my stream.
Which one?
White girls fuck
It
dogs.
was yeah,
They
Rusty
really
Cage. That's
fuck
what it was.
dogs. White
That's-
girls fuck dogs. White girls fuck dogs.
They really fuck them.
We're not even gonna have that.
Hey,
What the fuck?
See,
have I got in my
see,
phone?
no,
I see
politics.
Amanda's model. He's just rethinking his life decisions.
Yeah.
White girls fuck dogs. They
They
really
really
fuck
fuck
them.
dogs.
Or is it, they're doing a fucking impromptu karaoke session. That's fine. But seriously, as far as fucking isekai go, I got turned off some time ago because it just there was almost all they were churning out of something.
Oh,
It's kind of annoying.
Yeah, kinda. Yeah,
90% of them are crap.
Yeah, a lot of them are bad, but you kind of have to sift through it. I was actually discussing this with a few other people, and we're like, what is it called? Isekais are all over the place. Like you really don't know it until you see it.
Yeah.
So the Wizard of Oz is technically isekai. What is it called?
Oh shit.
Narnia is technically an isekai
You know?
because
Oh yeah.
isekai is just another world. Magic Knight Rayearth is isekai.
Yeah, those who hunt
Harry
elves.
Potter
Bleach
is also
Cleanse is
technically
isekai.
isekai. Yes, and then you realize how broad of
This is isekai.
But it's different these days because, and I don't know the proper way to put it. Like
Blues can do. You can't do.
it's not a medieval magical world that they're in these days. It's actually inside a fucking video game half the time with hit points and boxes and shit like that. So it's not even like a magical fantasy world. It's a magical fantasy
Oh, I
game.
don't like that. I really don't like that when it's like when they put game elements into a non-game
Oh yeah,
story,
Yeah.
yeah,
it's
yeah.
like,
And unless it's certain
And-
things.
unless there's like a really good way, a good reason for it to be there, if it's like important for the storytelling or
Yeah.
whatever.
I think
But if it's just like, this world has leveling because of course it has leveling. All the fantasy games do. It's like,
I think
no,
I think about the only positive way I've seen that done was Diary of an MMO Junkie. But that's because they're actual adults playing a video game, and we just get the view from inside the video game world from their perspectives as well. It's not actually being transported inside a fucking game.
yeah. If it's a narrative about someone playing a game, that makes sense. But if it's like
Overlord. Overlord's a good example of that.
is it? I think the term is diegenic. Like the game elements are diegenic to the fantasy world. It doesn't.
Maybe I don't know. I think they're just going on what people know, and most isekais that are being produced nowadays are from the video game era, so everyone understands video game and video game mechanics.
Yeah. It's like why you see so many retro games and sequels to old forgotten series and re-released, because the people who grew up with that shit are now old enough to put out video games themselves.
It's because they're cowards and afraid to write their own story.
Yeah, that too. You
yeah,
don't
yeah,
see a lot of original stuff
that
anymore.
also could be a possibility. I was thinking that they were just like doing it out of nostalgia purposes, like, oh, there's like Final Fantasy. I will make a Final Fantasy knockoff. Here is the what is it called? Like Tactics Ogre. I'm gonna make a Tactics Ogre little like pixel game. And then it's like that.
Problem is with a lot of these is that they may copy the look of the mechanics, but they kind of forget what makes them good or what makes them fun or entertaining. So it's just kind of a visual trip. Like it's hard to get something that actually feels like I know Shovel Knight actually felt like a classic game, and
I think Shovel Knight.
Shovel Knight, yeah.
I haven't played Shovel Knight either. But I think Shovel Knight was kickstarted, and I think it was during the age where a lot of side scrollers had died out completely. That's the reason why like Mighty Number 9 was like such a big success early on, because
I don't think they really wasn't that like after Hollow Knight though?
It was because that was like
where there were so many side scrollers around.
Yeah. There was, because it was almost like a
Pyre.
Yeah, there was like a complete revival in that whole entire genre.
Yeah,
It's much the same way like it took, God, what was it?
To be fair, I played a lot of Nintendo DS homebrew games. And there was a lot of side scrollers for that.
Yeah, I can see that.
Because it's kind of like if you have limited hardware resources and you want to make a game, that's kind of like one of the first things that people will reach for.
Yeah.
Well, part of the great thing is that a lot of the developers that used to work on those old games will be doing it. Like, what was it, Inafune or whatever it is, the guy who did Castlevania, actually helped make Symphony of the Night, Bloodstained Symphony of the Night. And it really does feel like a Metroidvania game. It's just like they lose access to the IPs that made them popular, so they have to start all over again. Like fucking Kojima.
Hey, Carl, do you remember that Super Hostile map we did?
Yes!
The guy who made that made one based on Castlevania.
Ooh,
that uses his mon pack.
very interesting.
We called it
That-
Vaxylvania.
That could be interesting.
Because I know Konami doesn't do a whole
What-
lot of actual original games these days. Like, they just license their properties out. Like, I played the Castlevania for DLC for Vampire Survivors.
Yeah,
And,
that one I was surprised with.
I don't want to see
Because
them actually
they-
make games, though.
They implemented like an actual side-scrolling Castlevania into Vampire Survivors. So I'm like, oh, okay, like they're actually evolving and not just doing things, like the basic thing.
Although, personally, I like the Contra one better. Because that kind of fit with Vampire Survivors' whole feel. And it did have the hardcore jet bike level.
I'm the opposite, and unless there's like a hardcore story involved that is like majorly lore breaking. If it's like Vampire Survivors, I'm like, yeah, just throw whatever you can into there. I don't care.
Yeah.
Like yeah, like I don't care. You could chuck in like Hollow Cure, and then it's like, oh yeah, I want more Hollow Cure. I want less Vampire Survivors. I want a lot more Hollow Cure.
I want more Hollow Cure. I just want less Hollow Cure fucking blackjack.
Well, the thing about the blackjack. Also, you never set the record straight with Salty. So now you are.
Remember, we had a collab.
I saw that collab. You never once described it. You never once like brought it up. You're like, no. You never once touched.
Huh?
You never once touched it.
I didn't get to.
Nicola, you know how Salty is making the FlaVR RPG.
Oh yeah.
I got to Salty before Splatts did, and you know how like Splatts goes on like
He's poisoning in the fucking well is what he did. It's too bad I can't change expressions on this thing, because I'd be fucking pissed off. Just imagine the angry eyebrows on my fucking face.
You troll.
I did troll, and for the longest time, I think Salty knows that I'm trolling.
The longest time was like 2 fucking days.
No,
Okay. I wanna hear what you did though.
All I did was I told Salty that that Splatts goes on autistic rages about like card games because whatever.
Oh.
So I'm like, his favorite game is Hollow Cure Blackjack. so Salty wrote that down, and so all of a sudden, like there's that whole thing. So I set up this whole situation where it's like, no, like here's the reason why Hollow Cure Blackjack is bad, and then I am being moved off screen. Help!
What the fuck, Mo?
Wait. I get it fixed. Oh. Well, ooh.
Yeah, you certainly fixed it, man.
I did fix it.
Yeah.
Nicola face.
You fixed it and then you fucking broke it again. That was beautiful. But yeah,
Well,
it was actually
What
really
if
cool.
I,
It was actually really cool talking to Salty, because he's interested in doing
If
lore
I-
and stuff, and he's gonna be premiering some new. I can't talk about it obviously, but he's gonna be premiering some new stuff soon. That's gonna be real fucking cool. Like he's working on his lore and everything too.
Oh wait, am I off screen? There we
I
go.
am tiny. I am making myself tinier.
Good. That'll save me some processing power.
Maybe not.
I should have generated a stage instead of us sitting at.
Oh yeah.
Well,
That was
this
thinking
is the
like,
this is the picture you made though. I thought it was so fucking cool. I wanted to let everyone check it out.
Yeah.
It is a really nice picture. Nicola has the burger. I have the fried chicken and fries, and then Splatts has pasta and fries.
I got French fries and lasagna, which, to be perfectly honest, I'd probably order it.
I gotta be honest, I don't really like burgers.
You don't like
I
burgers?
really like the French fries and chicken.
Cool, I'll have the
Wait,
fucking
what?
No,
burger
I don't
then.
like burgers.
What? Why? Why don't you like the burgers?
I'm a little bit autistic, and I guess when I was younger, I had a burger and it had some gristle in it, and I was like, no, I never want that ever again.
The gristle?
And so, yeah, there was like gristle in the burger when I was like chewing it, and it was like, it traumatized me.
You never had a burger that had like a vein in it?
What?
Yeah, I had
What?
I had a burger once. I don't remember where I went. It wasn't at like a fast food
Oh
joint. Or anything.
God.
And I bit into it,
No, thank you.
and then it had like this vein in it.
Jesus.
And it was like, "Grump." And it was still like, because it's the vein, so something happened to where it was still oozing out red.
Oh my
So it
god.
was still oozing out blood. So I looked at that burger. I'm like, like that's a bit odd. That's a bit weird.
Someone didn't fucking.
But I ate it anyway because it was a really good burger. It was like medium rare. It was like the perfect medium rare. It was a big like what is it like a 1-inch burger? I don't remember.
God.
What, the smash burger?
But it I okay.
Yeah.
It's flat-
That's the type of thing you would get if you actually fucking cooked the burger, man. I would have had a fucking lawsuit on my hands for that shit.
Honestly, now that I'm an adult, if I tried it, I'd probably like it if I like.
Burgers are good. I like burgers because you can do anything with a burger. You can do a chicken burger. You can do a hamburger, a cheeseburger.
Your
There's like,
tastes change over time, right? And
what
I
kind of?
just always avoided them.
Plus you
I
get kind
always
of
avoided.
you kind of get used to the way that your parents or whoever makes them, and eventually once you get out into the world and see there's like hundreds of different ways to cook pretty much anything,
Oh,
then there are just so many options out there.
that's definitely something I've run into with.
Ketchup.
Well, that's something my parents ran into with steaks, is because my grandma and grandpa would always cook their steaks completely well done, like
Oh.
gray all the way through. And for those of you who don't know, that basically ruins your steak.
Yes, it does. It massively
kills
ruins
all
your steak.
the flavor.
But
They
the
hardly put any salt on it too. Like it's like I went over to my grandparents, and like my grandparents and my uncle both cook steaks like this, and my uncle
that makes sense. That makes sense.
was making like T-bones for like everyone. I was like, oh boy, I sure love steak. I would love to have. It was the worst steak I've ever eaten. It was awful. It was ketchup is your friend. I don't like ketchup. I don't like
Nicola, do you know why they did that?
Is there the fucking veins in it?
Because it's
No.
Because it's raw.
No. It's they were probably the
They
leftover.
don't like blood.
No. It's probably not that as well. They were probably a holdover from the older generation where the food safety was not the best. So what ended up happening is that this is like a holdover from like oh
Yeah,
god,
you get like superstitious food
Yeah.
practices.
yeah. So what ended up happening is that you would cook everything all the way through to make sure that that there was no no salmonella,
The
Oh.
parasites
or
and the
diseases in
worms
it.
and stuff.
Yes. So you would cook it like completely dry, so that way you wouldn't have to worry about because every animal has its own like thing. Like pork has worms and maggots and a bunch of other stuff,
Oh yeah.
and steak has other such things, and then chicken has salmonella, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So what they were probably doing is they were from that generation that was cooking everything thoroughly to make sure that they had everything safe, and then they passed that down to their children, and then their children were like, oh, this is just how steaks were made.
Yeah.
Because
Except my dad made a steak for my mom, like on one of their early dates, and my mom was like, "What the hell is this? Why are you doing this?" And then she taught him how to make steaks properly, and then like growing up, me and my brothers always had really good steaks. And honestly, now that I'm an adult and I'm out on my own, I make better steaks than even he did.
I don't know what it says about me that being an old fucking hag that I do prefer my steaks well done. I don't like any pink in it at all. And as far
wait, what?
Yeah.
What?
Whenever I go to a place like a buffet place when they have food steak, I do get it well done. And what I like to do, I like to get the.
No.
I don't like the taste of the fucking pink in it. I don't like it to be fully cooked. I figure like pink, it's not
that's
done.
where all the good juices come from. Yes, that is where all the juices come from, and especially if it's like properly seasoned and properly like marinated or whatever, like you get that piercing into the meat itself, and then that when you cut it open, it's like all the juices come out. You're like nom 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 nom.
Well, I don't know. Usually the flavor comes from. I like to get the Parmesan and crust it with the Parmesan and the little onions or whatever it is on the top. That's where a lot of the flavor comes from.
I like just the steak by itself, like just the way it is, like just the flavor of the meat on its own.
You don't.
I agree.
Like any
Maybe
like Worcestershire sauce,
too.
Worcestershire, or whatever you fucking call it.
Okay, I'll make a pan sauce. Cause when I make steaks, I do it in the cast iron. That is a difference between me and my dad. Is my dad would always grill the steaks, and I like to cook it in a pan.
Splatts.
Yeah.
Are you Asmongold steak person?
What do you mean?
Like the really thin steaks, and then you put it through, and it just naturally dries out because it's really thin, and then you use condiments to kind of like jazz up the taste to make do from like the no pink in the middle.
Well, I do like a thick steak though. Like I do. I've had this one restaurant I had back in Key West, back when it was there a long time ago, had this buffet where they advertised free steaks, and there were these little fucking paper thin pieces of shit. It wasn't even worth it. So I do like a thick steak, but I do just like it fully cooked.
The point of a thick steak is to where you get that nice caramelized exterior, and then you have like that nice like good well done like line, and then you have the pink in the middle. That's the point of like the big steaks, the big thick steaks. If you're making it well done.
I like it red. I like it like borderline blue. Like I've had it blue and it's still all right, but like I prefer it.
You like the sushi of steak. You like it barely
not
cooked.
completely blue.
You're like the tartar kind
Yeah.
of people?
Like
Like-
when I cook my steaks in the pan, I get it just absolutely ripping hot. Like if the smoke alarm isn't going off, the pan isn't hot enough. You know, like I use avocado oil because it has the higher smoke point,
Okay.
and then I still get it smoky, right? And the reason for that is the hotter you get it, the more of a thermal, like the steeper the thermal gradient across it, which means you can get like the outside like crispy and like even bits that are like blackened, right? But then the inside is still rare, and like that's how I really like a steak.
They do sealing in the juices, I think. Do they call it?
Well, no, because at that point, you're not sealing in anything because it's raw. So
Not raw, not completely raw, but like rare, like close to raw, but not really.
Oh,
you
raw.
said blue. Blue is raw.
Blue is raw. Like I've had it that way, and it's all right, but I prefer it like slightly cooked, you know.
Like
you
slightly
like
cooked.
charred, like the charred exterior, or like you
I like
the-
it not black, right? Not completely, like little bits of it blackened, but like not fucking burnt, right? But like just just a little bit crispy, you know. Like I like a little bit of a crunchy texture on the outside, you know.
the future wife. What is this crime against meat?
Usually I get
Hey,
that.
welcome to the Hank Hill podcast. Taste the meat, not the heat.
Yeah.
Hank Hill from
Yeah. So the
Fortnite.
funny thing is, I cook over. I cook over my stove, which is a electric coil stove.
Well,
Oh.
So it's not even propane or charcoal.
well, we actually saw your stove and your cast iron skillet on that one stream you did recently where you're cooking the beef stew. That was
Yeah.
very, I also do love that.
Yeah.
It was.
I do love how she's the voice changer, and
Oh, that
the
was
voice changer was picking up everything, including the crackling of the pan. So you were
Yeah.
literally talking meat for like 20 minutes. It was fucking great.
And it's things like that, which is like a big chunk of like why I use the voice changer is I want to have examples that people can point at to be like, here's what, when people will say, oh, couldn't so and so just be a Bill with a voice changer? Like, couldn't Pippa just be a man with a voice changer? Couldn't Kason or
can
Girl
confirm.
be a male with a voice changer?
Oh, we see Kason though. Kason streams IRL quite a bit.
Oh yeah. Not Kason, but
Well,
You know, any
never
other-
know. Kason might be packing meat.
But that's what I tell people.
I
Like when
highly doubt it.
I tell people about what a Babiniku is when I get someone new in, that's what I tell them. There's the meme online that all these female VTubers are just guys using a voice changer, and Babinikus are like, no, we don't even need a fucking voice changer half the time. We'll tell you we're guys. You'll still fucking watch us because we're dude.
Well,
And that's what matters.
no, like it's either or. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
Yeah. Like Mother V3 uses the voice changer and then masks it as being an AI. But then they have other ones like Raycall and Harper, which don't use the voice changers at all. And then you have us, which what would this be like? 1/3 use a voice changer?
Yeah, that's how math works. 1/3 of us. I will be honest. Back before I debuted, I was wondering whether I wanted to use a voice changer or not because Nicola was doing cool stuff with us. I decided against it because I wanted to go with singing. And I figured if having two singers with the using voice changers might be a little too much. I didn't want to seem like I was trying to ape Nicola or anything. So I just went in a fucking raw voice.
Something to be aware of is it does kind of shut off some opportunities. Because, like, if you want to do, like, voice acting stuff, if you're not using the voice changer, you're using your own voice.
Right.
But if you're using the AI voice, like, there's... Nobody's gonna want that in, like, anything. You know, like, that's...
At that point, you're not getting the role because you're a good voice actor. You're getting a role because you're a celebrity and they want to use... And then, wouldn't they have to, like, license whoever the voice... Like, you, for example, you use Monica from Doki Doki Literature Club as your base. Wouldn't they have to license that as well?
Yeah, I mean, possibly. It's hard to say. The case law on AI is not yet at all settled.
Oh yeah,
it probably never will.
It never is, man.
Never will.
The law has never been at pace with technology. It's always been like at least a couple of years behind. No matter what it is.
So it's gonna take a while before somebody has a lawsuit about it and there's a legal precedent set.
Because like even looking at it, if any of y'all fucking hacks like me remember Napster back in the day, it was this P2P sharing service where I
never used it, but I know about it.
Yeah, I use LimeWire.
Yeah.
I used LimeWire.
Yeah, I used LimeWire. Yeah.
But basically, people were sharing music for free, and it was fucking free love. And then the record companies took Napster and all of them to court, saying, "Hey, you can't have this up. You're sharing our stuff." And it was another case of technology getting ahead of the law. They had to set some precedents there.
Yep. But I think the difference with that is that
it might be like borderline politics, but I really hate record companies.
Yeah, I hate record companies as well. I hate music
really
companies. I freaking loathe them.
I don't think that's politics. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, they are so
in nature.
overprotective of their damn IP to where because music is what is the word I'm looking for?
I think music is meant to be like collaborative.
Music is fucking special.
It's like memes where you take one thing and you build off of it, and like in jazz, there's this idea of the music tradition,
right?
Where they'll like quote pieces that were before, or they'll quote certain sections, and technically that's a violation of copyright law. Because, like, you can copyright a melody, and even, like, just a small chunk of a melody, that's...
Yes.
If you use that, that's a violation of copyright. But, like, nobody really goes after that in jazz because it's just, like, a part of culture.
Plus, that's transformative, isn't it? Like, you're actually doing something changing. That's transformative, like a remix or something, piece of work.
Yeah, but that is where that's where
music is a little bit different because just because it's transformative doesn't mean that they don't have a right to it. Right. Because like what matters for copyright law is if it's competing against the original thing. And in the case of music, that would definitely be the case.
Yeah, and because music is all like notes and whatnot. You can end up with very very similar sounding music, but different songs entirely.
Right.
And then you can end up with very similar sounding like riffs on a guitar, or a drum riff and whatnot.
Yeah.
Clear across the country.
A famous example is Radiohead's Creep.
Yeah.
Was sued for copyright just because. It was similar to this other song, and he'd never heard it, but it just happened to be the same.
Yes.
Well, yeah, it's what was that? There was
they won the copyright, so they're legally listed as like one of the creators of the song, and they get royalties from it, even though they had nothing to do with the creation of the song.
Well, there was a
Yeah.
more recent case as well, Blurred Lines, that Robin Thicke's son. Anyone remember Robin fucking Thicke? Where Marvin Gaye's
Who was that?
Robin Thicke. THICK.
Oh, I misheard that. I
Blurred Lines.
massively misheard that.
I'm sure you fucking did, Malone. But like that song they did, that big hit song Blurred Lines, Marvin Gaye's estate sued him because it was a lot like a Marvin Gaye song, and I think the estate won,
That's
so
another
they get
thing
credit.
that fucking bothers me. Oh, that's another thing that bothers me so much, is that copyright lasts for so long.
Like
that
95 years, I
half
think.
the time, it's 95 years after the death of the artist.
Yeah. And
It's not even like 95 years from the creation. It's after your death. And so half the time these suits happen, it's like the original musician who created the thing isn't even around anymore. It's people who have inherited the copyright, or it's the
Thank
record
Disney
label
for that.
producers who
yeah,
who
Yeah,
got it off of them.
that's what they fucking did. Disney kept going to court trying to get not court, but Congress getting copyright law pushed back so they could keep making money off their own fucking products. That's why it took forever for like Winnie the Pooh and Steamboat Willie to finally become public domain. And then we have beautiful movies like Blood and Honey. It's the fucking
And
Pooh
like
Bear
the
horror
Was
movie.
that
original
movie really bad?
copyright. The original purpose is to incentivize people to make music, because it's like, oh yeah, you can have a monopoly on the production of your own work, and you can make money off of that.
Right.
And so, like, there's a financial incentive to make art. And now, like the state we're in now, it's counterproductive to its original purpose, where there are loads and loads of people who are trying to do things and running into copyright law with these companies that aren't even making art.
Yeah, they're just sitting on an IP
It's
for
like they're
decades, not doing
they're
anything
just
with it.
buying it, and then like they're just buying the rights to it.
Yeah, that
and then
that,
ruin everyone else's day.
that reminds me of all those people that do the .com, .net stealing, where they just like
Oh, the
they
domain
will,
center.
like,
Oh yeah, the squatters.
yeah, the domain stuff.
Yeah,
Yes,
domain squatters.
yes, and then they just sit there and
And
they're
that
like,
reminds me of bit squatters, which is bit squatting, which is where people will buy a domain that's like one letter off from something that's really popular.
Oh god.
oh,
yes.
okay.
I've heard
or,
people can like get
even
one
on a
letter off the
computational
Google.
level, like
and
one
scam people.
bit clip. And so, like, if you type it in wrong, you end up on their domain, and they can spam you with ads or malware or whatever.
Or they can have a
Because
fake site that
there's
goes
so
up and
many
get
people
your
going
info.
to, like, Google or YouTube or whatever, like these really, really big sites, just because there's so much traffic to them, they end up just catching a lot of people that just happen to type in the typo that they're targeting.
That sounds like something I would do.
Jesus Christ.
But then
You're
there's
admitting
also-
to it.
And it's like, you'd think, oh, well, I can avoid that by just never having a typo or using autocomplete. Well, there's this other thing called bit squatting, which is instead of aiming for a typo, you aim for one bit being flipped in, like, one of the characters. And that can happen just by, like, a cosmic ray that happens to happen in one of the computers along the route. And somebody did the math, and it turns out there's enough traffic to some of these really, really big sites that you can actually get a few people here and there using it.
Well, it's like the it's like the phone scammers where, yeah, they'll call millions of people. Vast majority of them won't pick up. But even if like 3 or 4 people pick up and they get their money, it's profitable. So it's just about that sheer brute force, that sheer volume of people. Since almost everyone in the world is on the fucking internet these days.
I like there's a few YouTubers out there who do social engineering to the scammers, and they'll end up getting malware on the scammers' computers and like taking control and like getting all the information about them and
guys like
just,
Pierogi,
like, tearing them apart and then like turning them into the police. Yeah, Pierogi, that's one of the guys. Yeah.
I like it when they do that.
I think Atomic Shrimp did something like that too. I like those videos.
Because it makes it just like so much good.
And who's that one guy, Jim Browning? He's the master of that. That old British guy. Or we assume he's British. Jim Browning. He's fucking amazing.
I don't remember. I remember watching those guys and they would just sit there wasting the caller's time. And then all of a sudden they're doing backhand stuff. And they're like, haha. Are you so and so? Like
yeah,
like
they
I am so and so. Like, are you sure? Like, are you sure you're not so and so from so and so India?
That might make for a fun stream. That might make for a fun stream going after some scammers.
Yeah, it would be. But I am not smart enough to do that. Well, I probably could keep them on the phone for long enough. But like doing the back end stuff, it's just like I don't know.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Oh, that's a good one, Darren. Remember the fucking Porch Pirates? Where he teamed up with that Mark Rober guy doing the glitter bomb thing. That may or may not have been legal. I don't know if they're fucking allowed to do that. It's
the glitter bombs, yes. Because glitter bombs are non-lethal. Glitter bombs are non-lethal.
So talking about social engineering, I remember this one guy who was a little bit more evil, a little bit more on like, I guess we'll say the black hat side of things.
Okay.
Who did these just terrible pranks. He would. So you think of like prank calling like Domino's or like whatever like company that you would call in to order food, right?
Okay.
That's like the first level of prank calling. What he would do is he would call into these fast food companies and social engineer them, be like, hey, I'm from corporate. Can you help me with blah 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 about our systems that we're having some issues, blah blah blah. Right?
Yeah.
And he would social engineer them into giving the phone numbers of their last few customers.
Oh.
And then he would go and call the customers and be like, hey, here's a free blah blah blah. Or or just like call the customer and like be really rude with them. And so he would get the customers calling back to the company and just being really mad.
Well, that's fucking that's bad security. Like any business, I'm not gonna dox myself for what my job as a LLC is, but you're not supposed to divulge that shit to anyone, regardless of who asks. Like, your supervisor's supposed to have access to that shit if necessary.
They would do it.
It's just.
I wonder if they were just catching people off guard, because I know for me when I was working like odd jobs here and there, there'll always be the training manual like, hey, these are your CEOs, these are your managers. Like if it's not like, remember their names, remember their faces. If it's not from them, do not do the thing.
There you go. That's good security.
Oh, I'm becoming increasingly low res.
I think it might be the.
Yeah.
You said you're having some
We need to,
weather
like-
issues over there.
Do
Right.
we need to zoom
Well,
in
yeah,
and then have
it's
Carla
not
have
affecting anything.
Amanda resize the video?
Well, I think it's just the weather because you were fine. It was just Malone acting.
Maybe.
Yeah, because you said you were having some weather issues over there.
I'm kind of low res too.
Yeah, it's a massive. It better. It became better. It became better. But I've had like, because we are getting like increasingly cold, right? We're getting increasingly cold, and it was supposed to snow today, and it took a while. I think it took to like, what time did I send the picture of the cat house?
It was 3:29.
That was like 3:30.
Yeah.
Yeah, about 3:30. So it took that long for it to snow. It was supposed to snow at 11, and that was like, damn. So now we're probably gonna be dealing with like evening snow.
Well, I won't show it because I'm not gonna dox or anything. Right? He's got this really nice little insulated
There's
house.
nothing there. I am pointing towards the ground. All you'll see is like 2 cat boxes that are like the outdoor. They were meant for the cats that we were trying to rescue.
Oh, do you have cats?
Would you,
Yeah, I have one cat right there, which is now in my room because she wants to be in my room. She's sleeping right now.
Would
so
you
I
like
don't
for me to
disturb her.
show the picture of the cat house on the screen?
Yeah, you can do that if you want.
Well,
I don't
I'm
mind.
doing that. I always like.
Because
that.
I'm not pointing to the sky or anything. It's just like there's the ground. Like you get to see the new porch and the new what's it called, the new lawn. and then outside is where we just started chucking a lot of the old boxes to break down, and then it started raining. So now there's a whole bunch of like wet boxes that are just like out there. But those boxes were for the cats that we were rescuing or attempting to rescue, and we never could get them. So we elevated to like trapping them, and we haven't been back to the old place to capture them.
Oh, you've got like a proper yard back there.
Yeah, it's a big yard.
Is this the old place or the new place?
This is the new place. So the you can see that those are the steel planter boxes.
Right.
The greenhouse is on a what is it called? The garden chair. And the gray box is just there. Like the gray box has each of those boxes have a door on either side. So even if like the one is like blocked, it is still on its own little stilts to keep it off the ground. So that way, you know, if it insulates the heat a lot better. But this is the new place.
That's very cool, man.
It's got a massive yard. It's got a massive yard. I love it. The dogs are going crazy though, because at first they were unsure because like, oh, new place, new yard, stick to the house.
Because they haven't figured everything out yet.
Yeah, they would piss. They would pee and poop near, like not on the concrete, but like near the house where the grass was. But as they became more comfortable, it was little Alfie leading big Harley around, and they would explore the perimeter, and they would just sit there exploring the perimeter. We found out that we might have a wild rabbit in the backyard somewhere.
Ooh.
Because it keeps tripping the ring. And
The
we're
mechanical
looking at it,
doorbell?
it's like, oh, this white rabbit just like Pop, 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 pop. Yeah, it.
It's Pippa.
Oh, no.
I mean, it comes out at night, so probably.
Well, that would explain the issues with your internet. You and the fucking cords.
No.
Yeah, she's chewing on your cords.
I mean, rabbits are known to chew on cords. Don't ask me why.
Mhm.
Well, rabbits are known to
I mean,
chew on
that's
fucking
her,
everything.
That's her
too.
oshi symbol.
Why do rabbits do that?
That's her oshi marks. Is the rabbit and then the electrical plum because.
Oh my god, it is, isn't
Yeah.
it?
She eats cables. She chews on cables.
It's fucking adorable, man. Like you look
Yeah,
at
it
Pippa,
is. It's
or at least you look at her original design. You wouldn't think that she was the fucking yabba that she is today, but she really has kind of become the ace of face connector. Like I'm not a hardcore Pippa fan. Like I've always been a fan of Orca, and I'm happy that she's kind of in a better headspace right now.
I'm a big fan of
But I do respect fucking Pippa for what she's done. Like
I
like-
Erica too.
Erica's good.
It was her speech about, or the stream she had about streaming on a budget, becoming a VTuber on a budget, that allowed me to even fucking do this in the first place. I followed her instructions to the letter.
I think she had some advice in that stream that was maybe not the best advice.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. I was like, Pippa is like a mixed bag. Like you get a whole
But
bunch of bad
usually-
opinion.
Usually
bad
her advice for streaming is really good, but
Yeah,
in,
like-
in terms of tech,
I was more so
It's-
talking
it's-
about the saving
yeah,
money
it's-
stuff.
even saving the money because if you remember, Pippa was streaming from a McDonald's, I think it was, like a McDonald's bathroom.
because I think she recommended like she's like you can stream from a phone, and it's like oh that's really not a good idea.
Yeah.
I mean like. What she says is true, like it's technically possible, but good lord, do not do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, as somebody who used to not have internet for years at a time, because I wasn't home that much, and I lived almost completely off of fast food and coffee house Wi-Fi, I can attest that it's like, it's free, but it's not the most reliable thing in the fucking world. Plus, you gotta worry about if it wasn't a bit and she was really using the McDonald's Wi-Fi, I hope nobody pooped your fucking passwords or anything.
It's a McDonald's Wi-Fi.
know,
I don't think
okay,
anyone cares.
This is my hot take. Using Wi-Fi, like public Wi-Fi and other things, is safer than you think because it used to be that you would be able to like type passwords and whatnot into like unencrypted HTTP sites, which that legitimately was completely unsafe. These days,
Pippa could have sung the Halo
give
theme.
warning if someone tries to man in the middle of HTTPS. Like you're not gonna have anything you're gonna log into that isn't over HTTPS.
Right.
And HTTPS is encrypted, and you're gonna get a huge warning in your browser if something tries to downgrade the encryption so that like they can see your password. So like it's not very realistic that anyone's gonna like get
Well,
your password.
I was initially gonna say that in a public setting like that, someone might just look over your shoulder and get the password. But then I remembered that she was in the bathroom. So if someone's looking over her shoulder in the bathroom,
Well, even
she's
then,
got a whole
like,
new fucking set of problems.
I think the biggest
And
problem.
also,
with this
like, how, like, is it gonna really ask you to log in if you're like already signed in?
Yeah.
Like half the time you just use the existing cookie.
Yeah, once you log in, like even for like Starbucks and whatnot, you're generally good. I don't think it
The
asks
other
you to
thing is,
log
the
in.
other thing is, if you're actually remembering passwords, you're probably doing it wrong because you probably should be using a password manager.
Or the UDP.
You shouldn't be typing in passwords. You should just be like copy and pasting it from the password manager.
I don't do that. I keep a word pad of all my passwords.
I mean that works too.
Because
Like, assuming
don't-
somebody doesn't get access to the file, or honestly, I use the same thing too. I just use a .txt file. But like the ideal thing to do is to use a password manager.
I get
like,
that, but at the same time,
Either way, you should be using randomly generated passwords. You shouldn't be like using the same password everywhere, because once some like, and every now and then a site will like leak all of like their password file, and it'll be
leak
like,
all your
oh hey,
data.
they didn't set their passwords.
Every site is gonna get hacked eventually.
Like, not every site, but every now and then there's going to be a site that gets hacked, and they're going to release all of their like username password pairs.
I mean,
and if you happen to use the same username and the same password in a whole bunch of different places, there's going to be people who are like trying to reuse these username and password pairs everywhere. And if you're reusing it, then hey, now they have access, and you don't want that to happen. So use a different password everywhere. Like, if you sign up for an account somewhere, use a different password there.
So Nicola, what happens if you have like the word pad with the passwords, and then let's say you were streaming, right? And then you're like you're window sharing, and then all of a sudden you show your passwords online.
That's why you don't fucking window share.
Yeah, don't do that.
I never window share, man.
Don't do that.
Like unless I'm going to one certain website. Like when I did the card game streaming thing, I don't fucking I don't have desktop right now on the thing that we're using. I'm just adding pictures.
Make
with the
sure
snippet.
that it's closed before you start streaming.
because I did that.
You actually fucking did that, Malone?
Don't do that.
Malone! Malone, what the fuck, Malone?
Yeah,
I had to quickly change passwords on everything that was on that was shown.
Jesus Christ, man! You showed. Oh my God!
That's also not a problem if you use a password manager, because it will only show the password when you go to use it.
Well, I have like two-factor authentication.
Yeah, but doesn't,
I mean,
can't you get around that with social engineering too? Like, I read about the people who would just like ask for permission again and again and again and again and again. You end up closing it out. One time you accidentally hit OK, and they're in.
I showed you my password. Please respond.
I showed you my tentacles. Please respond. Hey, Darren, chill out. Man.
Let's see if anybody gets this one. Let's see. Let's see if anyone gets that one.
Hunter 2.
Hunter 2.
Does anyone get that reference?
Are those the bully hunters?
Hunter X Hunter.
No, but I remember that, and that was really funny. But that's something else. This is like an old bash.org thing.
That's like an old school internet. I feel like it's not. It's not nearly. Like to get on the net these days and see how things. It's just so much more corporate.
Dating myself way the hell out there with
Yeah,
that.
yeah. Apparently, because I don't get Hunter 2. I thought for a minute like bully.
To be fair, it was before my time that I ended up stumbling
Oh.
into, like, well after it was actually a thing, but I thought it was Joe Biden's kid. No, it was like, so there was this site, it's no longer around anymore,
Okay.
but it was this site, bash.org, where people would post, like, clips of IRC chat, like snippets, of, like, really funny quotes of like, these conversations. And, like, people would vote on it.
Oh.
And one of them was this conversation where they tricked this guy into putting his password in chat by saying, oh, hey, it's funny, if you type in your password, all it shows up as is asterisks for you at alpha, you can't actually see it. And, like, everyone typed in a few asterisks, and they're like, oh, wow, it does work. And then finally this guy was like, Hunter 2.
Oh, jeez.
And then everyone else was like, yeah, I just see asterisks. And then, like, he just posted his password in chat.
Oh my fucking god. That's social engineering on a whole nother level. That's fucking
Yeah,
pure
like,
social engineering.
everyone in chat went along with it.
That is fucking sad, man.
That is like epic trolling. That is epic trolling by everyone that was involved.
That was
have
community
those, like-
effort.
Yeah.
What is that called? Like an intelligence test?
Those days,
I can guess.
those days were like the peak of
Yeah,
trolling,
IQ test.
where, like, there's everyone these days thinks trolling is just being a dick and just being an asshole to everybody and just being mean and just saying that's not what trolling is.
Yeah.
Trolling is when you're clever and you're just, like, mischievous and you come up with some way to just kind of get one over on someone else,
Well,
but in a way that's like,
I wonder if the names changed
and the
because
important thing is it's funny. It
yeah.
has to be funny.
well, there are
If
people.
you're just annoying and you're ruining everyone else's day, that's not really trolling.
Yeah.
Yeah, but there are too many people who will do
nowadays,
shit like
I
that.
think that would be like a gremlin.
Like it just.
So I think trolling is more malicious for nowadays.
Yeah.
And if you want to be like non-malicious, you're just a gremlin.
Yeah. Gremlin. I do prefer that fucking term. For you.
Yeah, the term gremlin
Yeah, but yeah.
refers to what trolling used to refer to.
Yeah,
Right.
the old school best trolling, the best form of trolling.
Yeah, as opposed to like spend
The art of the con.
as opposed to the whole
A
fucking.
certain amount of douchebaggery is tolerable if it's funny.
Yeah. But y'all always get that one. You always get that one guy who takes it too far, though. You gotta be careful.
Trolling is a art.
It is. It actually is kind of an art because you can't be like completely malicious, but at the same time you also can't.
I mean, there is usually like a slight element of maliciousness to it, but
Well,
it's not
like harmful malicious, where they're not gonna like here's malware that will brick your computer. That is like that is not trolling. That is like
That's a fucking crime.
do that.
yeah.
Yeah. I remember when a lot of that stuff was like coming out, and then like what is it called? Delete win something like that form of trolling, and then people actually did it and then bricked their computers.
Would delete Windows 32 or?
I don't remember, but they're like delete like do this. Have you tried? Like so for instance like Alt F4 is Alt
yeah,
F4
have you tried
is
pressing Alt F4? Yeah.
Because the most that will do is just like inconvenience you like wildly.
Right. It'll close whatever you do.
Or if you're on Linux, Alt SysRQB.
What? Alt SRQB?
Yeah, okay.
System barbecue.
Yeah, if you're on Linux, that will immediately force restart your computer, and it's implemented into the kernel. Like it's not in like a window manager. That's into the kernel. Which means that like if you happen to like anything that's running the Linux kernel, even if it's like Android, right? Like your Android phone is basically Google's really complicated system that's built on top of the Linux kernel. To the point where it's like completely, like almost everything is completely incompatible with normal Linux stuff. But if you happen to be able to plug in like a USB on the go adapter and get a USB port into your phone, and then plug a keyboard into that, if you type Alt SysRQB, it'll restart your phone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that is good to know. 'Cause I did not know that. It's not quite like.
I think there might be a way to do it with like a virtual on-screen keyboard too, maybe.
Okay.
Well, I will defer to your
But
knowledge on the
it'll
matter. You
definitely
are the
be
Linux
with-
expert among the three of us. And after that,
I do not have Linux. I do not know Linux.
but hasn't that caused problems with OBS though,
But
Nicola, being on
other
Linux?
contexts. There's other contexts where things like that are kind of funny, like kiosks in a mall sometimes run Linux, and they'll have like keyboards that you access and like use their whatever systems. But usually the systems are all locked down and whatnot. But the thing is, the magic sysrq commands aren't locked down.
That sounds like a pain.
Because it's implemented directly into the kernel.
Right.
So like if it's directly in the kernel, does that mean that it's like it's booting up from the source? Like it's affecting the source?
No, it's the kernel is like it's like some bad. It's if you think of it like a hierarchy, the kernel is like the CEO of the computer.
Oh, okay.
It's like the top of the hierarchy. Like everything else is managed by the kernel. So like permission levels, the kernel is like the top of the permission hierarchy.
Okay.
So if they want to get to you, they get to the kernel. Then.
Yeah, and that's where you get like kernel level NTT. Like video games and whatnot.
Yeah.
Oh god, the
That's
fucking
what you're talking
DRM
about.
and everything.
Hook the NTT into the kernel. Yeah, they have to hook the NTT into the kernel, so then the NTT can look around at everything else that's running on your computer to see if you're running any sort of cheat software. And if they catch you cheating, then they can look at everything running, so then they can identify new cheat software.
So do you have to give
So
them?
then the next time somebody runs it, then they can tell him.
You have to give them a scary amount of access.
The
Then.
downside. Yeah. That's another thing. So like, if you happen to have your bank account open while you're playing a game that has kernel level ADT, they could technically steal your bank information.
Yeah. It's fucking.
But also, If they happen to code the anti-cheat really poorly, where it has vulnerabilities, then you could have hackers get access to the anti-cheat, and then from the anti-cheat they have access to everything on your computer. And you don't want that to happen.
Didn't that temporarily happen to Minecraft?
Older?
Minecraft does not have kernel level anti-cheat.
Ah.
Oh right. That okay.
Minecraft doesn't have any anti-cheat.
I hate.
Except sometimes server side, but usually not. Like there's anti-cheat plugins, but like usually people don't use them, and if they do, it kind of messes a lot of things up.
Okay, I just remembered an isekai manga that I read. Okay, because you reminded me of Minecraft, and it was like survival but Minecraft, like isekai but Minecraft.
Isekai Minecraft. Isn't that the plot of the new movie with Jack Black?
Interesting.
Jack Black is Steve Minecraft.
Funny.
Don't get me started on that. I've elaborated about Minecraft.
Did you see the toy? Did you see the toy, Nicola?
The toy?
You didn't see the toy?
I gotta look that shit up. Hold on, let me open my brain.
The Jack Black
I think I went down this path before, but like the Jack Black is like the only thing that's not egregious.
Yeah, because it's Jack Black being Jack Black.
Actually, be good with Jack Black starring.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be this movie because everything else about it is terrible.
Everything else is terrible. Jack Black would pull it off. Jack Black.
You could even have him singing in it.
Yeah.
And, like.
The singing would be good.
Work. But because he's classic.
Yeah.
He was an opera singer.
But
yeah, and he's a fucking rock star, man. He's a rock star of Tenacious. Y'all never heard of Tenacious D, I'm guessing. He and Kyle Gass were legitimately acoustic rock stars. They're fucking amazing. Like,
oh yeah.
I posted. I see the picture. I'll put it up on screen.
Yeah, that was good. That was really good.
Like I did a couple days ago.
People were thinking of making that into like taking the base of it and then using that to make a mod for like a toy mod for Gate from Steam.
Gabe Newell.
Amanda, do you wanna pull that image up on the
I'm doing it right now.
Because it like if you paint everything white, it kind of does.
I have a helpful tip for you guys.
Look at that shit.
If you click and drag an image into OBS, it adds it to the scene.
What?
Yeah. So, like, if you have Discord open, you can just click and drag the image into OBS.
Yeah, I do.
Like, I can do that right now. Actually.
Like, I did that. I'm getting a little cross through sign. Like the little X through arrow thing.
Like, I could just do... Oh, wait, that's doing low.
Nicola,
your
screen went all weird.
Oh, my screen went all weird because
Nicola's screen. Oh yeah, yours went all weird too.
No. That's because
Hold on,
that's because of me. That's because of me. That was. No. That was me. It says, look, it's gonna go black bar again. It's because I put the I wanted to test it, so I put the image there, in my thing. Because I wanted to test that out. So now it did not replace the what's it called? I did not know that. I did not know that about the OBS though.
Well, it's weird. It didn't work for me. Like I tried dragging it over, and it did the thing where it was the red circle with the line across it. But it was no problem. I just saved it and I went ahead and opened it and went to my downloads folder. But yeah, look.
Oh yeah. Celia, they're telling VTubers playing GTA to press F.
Yes.
Yeah, telling someone to accidentally leave a play in the game. Yeah, and that works for cars as well.
I watched so
I've
many
seen
Hollow
so
Girls
many
fall
clips
for
of
that.
that.
Yeah. You just see them just jump out of the plane. I forgot which one
I
it was.
never played GTA. I
Really?
haven't played GTA yet.
You never. When was the last GTA you played? Can you remember?
My uncle had, I want to say GTA 4 on PlayStation that I played very briefly.
GTA 4.
That's the one with Nico.
GTA 4. Is that the one with Nico?
The Russian guy, yeah.
I mean, it was
Nico,
it might have
my
been an
brother,
early one. It was a
or my cousin.
long time ago.
Going bowling.
Like I haven't really played GTA much at all. I gotta be honest.
I think
Like I've seen a lot of like videos, especially GTA 5, but I haven't really played it. So same for Dark Souls.
I don't have a ton
I've
of
never
experience with
played
I've never
GTA.
played
Like I beat GTA 3 almost 100%. I played a little bit of Vice City, but then I moved on to other series.
Yeah, I played like GTA Vice City, and then GTA like the original San Andreas. It
I
was
think
like
you can do co-op with Dark Souls, right?
I think I don't know.
I think you
Elden
can
Ring was the
summon
one
people. You can summon people for certain boss fights. Gwen Lamone would know more about that. I know he's been playing that a lot recently. It's great.
Yeah, you know what's funny? I've never played a Dark Souls game in my life, and there was this one game called AI Limit. I thought it was gonna be an action, action like similar to that in Nier, or like Devil May Cry. I ended up getting a Dark Soul game instead.
Yeah.
So I
it was like a Souls-like. Okay.
yeah, it was a Souls-like.
There's a few of those.
So I ended up inadvertently playing a Souls-like when I thought it was a Nier-like, or a Devil May Cry-like. It is much slower. It is so much slower than you would think. Like the movements and everything.
Well,
I know the combat in Souls-like games is very deliberate, and it's
Yes.
it's
like,
mostly based
kind
on
of
boss
have the
fights
tiny
too, right?
moves.
Kinda, because I
Well, there's a lot of like smaller enemies too.
yeah, but
Even like the smaller ones, it's a lot of time.
well, even the smaller ones, you
I
learn
played-
to like just run around them. They're just
I
there for
didn't play
fodder.
Dark Souls, but I played a little bit of Hollow Knight, and Hollow Knight is like a 2D side scroller.
Yeah, I need to play
Souls-like.
Hollow Knight. I have not played
I
Hollow
really
Knight.
enjoyed Hollow Knight. I never finished it. I got to about what was it, like the praying mantis? Those ones?
Well, it's had a couple expansions too, hasn't it?
Hollow Knight?
Yeah.
I think so. People are still waiting for an expansion called Silk Song. I know that.
Wait, for Hollow Knight? For Hollow Knight.
For Hollow Knight, yeah.
So how long ago was that?
It was some time.
Cause isn't that like a really old game?
People keep saying Silk Song win, but they're taking their time on it. Which makes sense. Like they like to cook.
This game was made in
They like to
2017.
I'm sorry, guys. I gotta be right back. Keep going.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
It was made in 2017. like how at this point they may as well make a full game because it's that old. Like as 2017.
Well, they're kind of a
2019,
smaller
2020,
developer.
21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 8 years. 8 years to make one DLC, Nicola. 8 years.
When was the last DLC though? Because they had the other one.
The official soundtrack and Gods and Nightmares. Gods and Nightmares was 2018, Nicola.
Let me look this up.
It was 2018, Nicola. No, 7 years. 7 years, Nicola. At this point, they might as well make that DLC a number 2. So it's like, oh yeah, this is not DLC anymore. This is Hollow Knight 2. 7 years. 7 years for a tiny little indie game. Like I can imagine like maybe like 2, 3, 4 years. Yes, 2018. But
Huh. They never finished Silk Song.
I don't think they will. I legit don't think they will. Wait, I gotta look this up. Hollow Knight Silk Song. This is. Oh my god! People already like 5 days ago. The entire history of Hollow Knight Silk Song. 6 years for one video. I don't think this is coming out. This is gonna be like Hollow Knight 2, or like a Hollow Knight side story. This is not gonna be a DLC. It's gonna be like a standalone game.
Max, sorry about that.
It's been way too long. It's been way too long. It's gonna be a standalone, which probably people won't complain because it probably will still be released. It just won't be released under Hollow Knight.
I
like-
believe.
Well, at this point, it kind of fucking has to be. It's been so long.
They're gonna come back, and it's gonna be like the greatest thing ever. I believe.
I don't believe. I don't believe.
Well,
I have to be the one that doesn't believe.
stranger things have happened, man.
I am actively rooting against Silk Song.
Well, who knows, man? Fucking Chinese democracy or whatever it was came out. Duke Nukem Forever finally came out.
But someone has to. Someone has to be like, no, Silk Song, boo.
Nah, not everything needs a fucking answer, man. we could just find things that are universally loved, like what was it? It's comedian Doug. I forget what his name was. Dave Attell, yeah. He said, I'm going to name my kid Pizza Pussy Santa, because everyone likes at least one of those things.
And then
Most people like all of them.
well, no, a lot of people don't like Santa.
Well, I said one of those things.
How do you not like Santa?
Because Santa is a fraud. He sneaks into your house.
Oh my god, the Santa deniers!
Oh.
the Santa deniers and the coal havers.
Well, you know,
they are perpetually the anti-Santas.
You know, Christmas is only around 10 months away. You better start shopping now.
That's the other thing. Is that I mean
The
now that I
Santa
don't
deniers and the flat earthers.
And the people who think we didn't go to the fucking moon. And we have the cheese to prove it.
Yeah.
In the caves. The fucking government cheese caves.
Oh my god, I heard about
Yeah, and the
those.
presents.
I heard about those stupid caves.
Yeah.
I think I was watching a Kirshi video, and then she was going off on the freaking cheese caves. Yeah, the cheese caves.
Yeah, the government cheese caves.
Yeah, the government cheese caves. And then they're like, God, I wish I remember what podcast it was that she was on when she was like, hey, have you heard about the government cheese caves? And then it was like the government cheese caves, and then they decided to look it up. And they're like, oh my god, it actually exists.
It's a fucking thing, yeah. Because basically, quick recap for anyone who may not know. Government, like, they had, like, a lot of cheese that they were giving out for, like, social programs. But they had way too much fucking cheese. Like, I think they were also doing subsidies to dairy farmers and stuff. So they had to keep the cheese in a fucking cave to keep it at proper temperature so it doesn't go bad or anything. And that's where the old term government cheese come from. Because the government, you literally gave out huge fucking blocks of cheese.
It sounds like price fixing. You're just hoarding cheese to make the cheese monopoly be at a leveled price.
Well, it's not a monopoly though. They were actually paying farmers to make more cheese.
Imagine that much
but
cheese.
you know the government has big cheese in their vaults. So realistically, mozzarella could be cheaper, and Swiss could be cheaper, but because they are sitting there holding everything and hoarding everything in their vaults, you never know. Big cheese could be like big pharma.
So
Is
that what's happening to the fucking eggs?
the eggs?
Eggs.
No, I'm not the
Oh,
egg.
because eggs are expensive right now.
They're expensive as fuck.
Because there's a swine flu going around, and they're killing off a lot of the chickens.
I thought it was the avian
And
flu,
a lot
right?
of the hens.
Yeah,
Yeah, the
Avian's
birds.
bird.
The birds got fucking no.
Avian flu is bird flu.
Yeah, but you said swine flu. I'm saying the
Oh,
fucking
did I say? Oh my
the
God.
birds got
He said
fucking
swine
swine
flu.
flu, man.
That's swine flu.
I'm never heard of it.
She's thinking, you know, that's actually perfect because you got the swine flu, the avian flu, the government cheese. We got a bacon, egg, and
Well-
cheese right here. That's fucking delicious. That's a great way to start the
Maybe-
morning.
Like
maybe
the
these
same
people are
thing
like the
happened
pigs
so
fly.
many years ago with pigs too. Is they had swine flu, and then the price of bacon went way up, and it's the same thing.
It's
Nice
big
save.
egg and big cheese, all in bed
Oh,
in
someone's
cahoots
going
with the
by my
government.
house with the snowmobile.
And you
Oh,
never
no, you
know.
guys heard that through the voice changer.
That is one of the things I love about the voice changer.
Somebody
It
just
picks
went
up
through my yard with a
everything.
snowmobile.
With what now?
There was a guy that rode through my yard with a snowmobile, and
Oh,
I don't know, but it might have been picked up with the voice changer.
But that's one of the things I do love about the voice changer, though, is that it does pick up everything, like when you were cooking the meat and everything. So it occasionally sounds like you're speaking in tongues, or you're speaking Satan language or something. And it's kind of hilarious.
I think it was Darian who brought up the Nikola demon language.
Yeah.
It's somewhere up there. I don't know where, but someone.
Like if I clap.
It sounds like you're coughing. But yeah, it's like when you tried to transpose an MP3 into a MIDI back in the day and you didn't know what you were fucking doing. Everything came out as the same note and it made absolutely no sense. Because even the drums ended up becoming notes and it's just a fucking mad. You can barely tell what the song was.
Oh, okay. Maybe.
I feel like I might need to explain what a MIDI is for some y'all.
Yes.
It was a very kind of synthesized sound file, like playing on a keyboard or something, and it was very tiny. It's kind of like it sounds kind of like chiptunes.
So what MIDI actually is it's basically
Maybe did we lose Nicola?
I think she froze.
Oh my God!
You're back.
Yeah.
Am I back? Am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
Did
You're back.
OBS crash?
Yeah,
I don't know what
Yeah,
happened.
crash.
I think you froze up for a little bit.
You
Yeah,
froze.
I had some very serious instability there. Let me open up VNeon again. I think VNeon crashed.
You crashed, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, you just started speaking very, very, very fast, like it was trying to catch up. And it was like.
No, that wasn't that. She was just really,
Alright.
really excited to tell us what MIDI is.
I wish I knew where the
Okay,
single finger was. 'Cause I'm looking just for that singular finger. There we go.
You're looking for the
Pointing
finger.
index.
You're looking for a finger.
Okay,
Have you
so
tried your butt?
MIDI. Back to where we were. MIDI.
Right, MIDI.
That is what we got.
MIDI is computerized. It is digital sheet music. It has information about where the notes are and when they happen and what pitch they are, and a few other control things like pitch bends and like the velocity, which is like how hard you hit a key, you know,
Right.
if it's loud and soft. And there's a few other controls that it'll store, but it's not an audio file. It's a file that contains the notes, and so
But it's not an
there's-
actual recording. It's like digital information.
right. So when you would play it, Windows actually had a synthesizer that had like the piano and saxophone and guitar and like all of these sounds, and it would generate the sounds for the notes, like it would synthesize it.
Right.
The problem was a lot of those older synthesizers were not very good, so it didn't sound very realistic. And like that's where you get the characteristic sound of MIDI instruments. Was a lot of it was just like sampled instruments.
Oh, wait, are the MIDI instruments those little tiny egg people where they're like, "Mah," and then they have like that weird distinct sound where you press the button and go, "Ah,"
Egg
and then
people?
you press another button and it goes,
Fuck is an egg people,
you're
Malone?
thinking of I think you're thinking of the automaton, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Where there's like a metal slide on it.
The slide instrument
and
that you
it's,
make
like,
cock
shaped
at
like
the
a
bottom.
music note.
yeah,
That is not a MIDI instrument.
But kind of work. Doesn't it work on the
it's
same
just
principle though?
this little dude. Yeah, it has like
a
little-
better example would be like Zune's music from Tello.
Oh
Oh.
god.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
He used a MIDI synthesizer for that.
The fucking magical trumpet that man had. That man has a way with the thing.
But in reality, pretty much all electronic music these days uses MIDI for the notes.
Okay.
The difference is you use very specialized synthesizers with a lot of very, you know, like you very deliberately dial in the settings on it and like for the sound that you're trying to make, and then they render it out to an audio file.
Can't you do that with like I
like
think what
it
it's called,
sounds-
like a chord, AORG. I think I saw that before. Like we can actually play that type of stuff.
Oh yeah, that's
That kind of
a
noise.
brand that'll make keyboards and synthesizers and whatnot. But there are open source synthesizers that are really good.
Yeah, open
Okay.
source. Man. But I do love how there's so much open source stuff out these days where it's just people who are just fans,
And
people
there's
who
free
love
ones
stuff.
that are still like, freely available. Like one of the ones that I use is called Decent Sampler, and there's some like sample libraries that are available for that sound really good. Like what I use for piano is a one called I think it was called Intimate Piano or something like that. Let me hold on a sec. Let me pull up Ardour. Let me pull up Ardour. I'll tell you what it was called.
No one's fucking the piano, Malone.
But
No,
Nicholas said you wanted to
it's
get
not. It's
intimate with a piano.
it's claustrophobic piano. That's what it was called, not intimate. And the reason why it was called that is because it was like the stand-up piano, and when the guy sampled it, he put the microphones inside the piano. So
Wow.
that's why it's called that. It's because it's like super up close to the piano,
Would make more
and
sense.
you can hear like the inner workings and whatnot.
Yeah,
Although
because
usually I turn those.
Because, like, for y'all who don't know, there's like a little. When you hit the piano key, there's kind of a little soft hammer comes down and hits a string, and that's
Yeah.
what makes the noise. For any of you who have not, like, tried to
Yeah,
fuck a
like-
piano or anything. That's how it works.
What?
I played piano like
there's
way back in
actually
the
like
day.
a dial in the library that lets you turn up or down the sound of the hammers, because he like separated that out in the samples. And usually I turn it just completely out because it's not a sound that I watch for like music most of the time, but
Right.
it is kind of neat to hear.
It is interesting to see how this stuff, because this is the type of shit that would be like, people were playing the piano in like, what, back to 1500s, 1600s, and it's something we still use semi-regularly today.
But like even with the chiptune stuff, like I have a MIDI keyboard on my desk and I can connect it to Fabbing Studio, which is what I'm using for the chiptune stuff. And so
Fabbing
like I can
Studio,
play
like
the square
Famicom?
waves and the triangle waves. Yeah, exactly. Fabbing Studio. And like the chiptunes that I'm making are like legit compatible with the audio chip hardware that's on the NES. Like a lot of time you'll see like arguments between people because they'll be like, "Hey, I did this chiptune thing," and then someone will show up and be like, "Oh, that's not a real chiptune. That's just made with like a synthesizer that sounds like a chiptune." And the reason why it's not a chiptune is because there's a lot of really interesting limitations, like
For synth?
like the hardware on an NES. Okay, the hardware on a lot of the older, like the sound chips on a lot of the older computers have their own restrictions, but on an NES, you only get one square wave, or you get two square wave channels, you get one triangle channel, and you get one noise channel, and then the DPCM channel, which is like sampling,
Right.
which I haven't really used yet, but each of those channels can only do one note at a time, like one frequency,
Right.
which
That's
means
that's
you
why they have
can't
multiple layers,
like you
right?
can't play a chord. You can't play a chord with a square wave channel, like with one square wave channel, right?
Right.
But
So if you want to play a chord, you either have to use all of the channels at the same time, or you do something called an arp, which is like an arpeggio, where it plays one note and then the next note and then the next note, and it like switches between them really quickly.
Like
Which is,
fast
like,
enough
where
that the
you get
human
that-
ear can't discern it, so like it sounds like they're playing at the same time?
Almost, except you can actually hear it, and it's like one of the things that gives it the distinctive sound of a chiptune. And like you do get that sound in like fake chiptunes too, but it's like it's and there's a lot of really interesting limitations that you run into when you're like trying to do the real thing. I'm having fun with it. I'm having fun.
That's awesome having fun with that. Because I know you were trying to figure out how to things to do with the channel, with the making music and everything, and I do love the little chiptunes you're doing. In fact, it's
they are fun.
It's kind of inspired me. I'm gonna have to turn off the VOD on my phone for a little. So I don't know if y'all be able to hear it over the mic. I actually got a little chiptune synthesizer, but piano, called
cool.
Fuck, what's it called? It's called Piconica, Piconica. See if y'all can hear it.
Let me look this up. Piconica? How do I spell that?
Piconica.
Nica.
Little digital it's a little digital keyboard.
Sit.
Okay, this is actually pretty cool.
Oh, is that an app?
Yeah, it's an app.
And it's got a thing where you can, for the actual instrument, you get square wave, ratio, volume, envelope, etc. And you can just play a fucking keyboard on your phone. It's so cool. I wanted to do a little, like, kind of karaoke with it, but I didn't know whether it'd be picked up by the mic or not. Like, I tried playing it, and it didn't move the mic aux level.
Yeah.
Might just have to, like, run it through, like, but then I'd have, like, I guess...
You could get something like that running on the computer, though, too.
Right.
Or you use, like, an emulator for it.
But I want to use my fingers to play it. That's the lure. Although my laptop
With
is
like
a touch, so I can just use that.
Okay, so a lot of things will use what's called a virtual keyboard, where you use like your typing keyboard to play like piano keys. Like, let me pull up like an image of
Right,
what we're looking
but
at.
if I'm sliding my finger, around to get like the chord progression and everything, and it just typing a button wouldn't do that because I'm actually sliding my finger around the keys. But I am looking for a good. Sorry.
I wish to expel urine from my sack of pee.
You do your thing, man.
Okay.
You're gonna have to mute yourself though,
you
because you're coming through the Discord. So you're gonna have to mute yourself when you're.
You can imagine. Usually what a virtual MIDI, or what a virtual keyboard is like if you look down at your computer keyboard, imagine like Q through P as the white keys, and then like the number keys. Some of them are going to be black keys, you know? And then basically have that same arrangement for like Z through the question mark and then A through the semicolon.
Well, the interesting thing about Piconica is that it's like a super long keyboard, and you actually can slide around a slider so it shows you what part of the keyboard is playable at a certain time. And I believe you can actually do two different sections. So you just go ham on it.
You can do that with virtual MIDI keyboards too.
Because I am looking for a good Android emulator, because there are a couple old Android games I recently found, free ones, legal ones, not piracy, that are no longer available on the store that I want to play. Because like, I remember trying to do Android emulation like years ago, and it was really slow and junk. So I was looking for something a little better. I'm sure the technology has improved by now. But this is an old game from like 2014 I wanted to show off.
Well, that could be interesting.
Yeah, it's problem with like, and that's what I keep talking about, like game preservation stuff. When games are locked on a certain old system or something, where you just can't experience them anymore, and they kind of force you.
Yeah, I'm really not a fan of like when things aren't available anymore.
Yeah.
Especially when it's like they require access to an older when they require access to like an authentication server to like unlock it or like log in, right? And then a few years in, they shut down their authentication server because hey, we have the new version of our game, and you want to play the new version instead of the old version.
It's like
No, we actually want to play the old version of the game. You're just not allowed to anymore.
Didn't Overwatch get into trouble with that for forcing everyone to do Overwatch 2? And then
no. They didn't get in trouble for it. They just got shamed by the common public.
that's what I'm saying. They got in trouble with the fans.
I
Fans
think they got
pissed.
into trouble with I think they got into trouble with Australia because I believe that's illegal there.
Oh, really?
All I remember is that like they forced everyone to change to Overwatch 2, and now they're doing big promotions where it's like Overwatch 1 type stuff. They bring it like they're gonna bring the fucking loot
If
boxes
you'll
back.
excuse me for a sec.
Oh,
If you'll
okay.
excuse me
No
for a
problem.
sec, it's kind of getting a little bit dark in here because the sun's setting. So I'm gonna go turn on some lights real quick.
All right.
Yeah, it's getting really cold over here, so I had to turn my little heater on.
Yeah, it's so
And-
the weather's been so fucking weird these last few days.
It's been like erratic. It's been entirely erratic.
Yeah, it's been anywhere from like 70 to 80.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because you live out in the desert, so
Yeah.
that would be that kind of thing.
And I'm not complaining or anything. I'm just saying because you're in the snow right now and I'm fucking crying.
Yeah, it shouldn't be snowing, but yet here it is. It's snowing.
It's February, man.
Yeah.
It scares the shit out of me that February was as warm as it was until. It's just fucking getting crazier. It's hard to prepare for a lot.
Is February technically still winter?
Yeah, I believe it's mid-March. Because my birthday is March 22nd, and I believe spring, like the vernal equinox is like the 20th or 21st or something. Like sometimes it falls on my birthday, so it's like I am the triumphant return of spring. Yay for me. Fuck.
My cat is bouncing.
Oh,
Welcome back,
I got
Nicola.
I got some orange pop too while I was up.
Ooh.
Orange pop?
Who loves orange soda? Nicola loves orange soda. Is it true? I do. Ooh. Anyone who gets that reference, you're a fucking real one. I love it.
That was good burger.
I don't.
No.
That was good burger.
No, it wasn't.
Hey,
It
Good
was-
Burger.
It was
I've seen
Keenan and
news
Kel.
of Good Burger, but I haven't watched
Yeah,
it.
it was Keenan and Kel on all of that
Right.
with it was started off as like what is it called? It was like the kids version of SNL,
Yeah.
like
And-
back when it was good.
And
Not
everyone
PG political
Like
wise.
that
and they
meme,
got lucky because they had
yeah.
I
They
know
had
some
a-
of these words.
They had a couple of really big stars in those first couple seasons. Like,
Yeah.
and so they got lucky. They were able to get a foothold. And they were funny, too.
Like everyone from like during that era ended up becoming like stars to some degree. It was like either all that or Salute Your Shorts.
Oh, God, I love Salute Your Shorts, man. You're unlocking core fucking memories for me. Like, Welcome Freshman. That was another one. But, yeah, I love that shit back then. Because I didn't have much of a fucking mouth when I was looking through it. And so I watched all that shit.
I still loved Pete and Pete. The Adventures of Pete and Pete.
Pete and Pete was fucking... Pete and Pete was a master class in surrealism. It's like... It's like... You know what it was? It's fucking like a David Lynch wrote a kid show. Is what it was.
It's so good.
It's good, and it's weird, and it's brilliant, and I fucking
like,
loved it.
It was from a different age. It was from like a literal different age because you had like one of the Pete's that was fighting the ocean, and the funny thing is I remember doing that as a kid. I would pick a fight with the ocean. Yeah, you never did that as a kid.
Beating back the waves.
No.
Yeah, you're like the waves are coming at you.
I gotta be honest.
You throw punches at the waves.
When I was a kid, I went to the ocean once when my grandparents took me with them on a trip to Washington D.C.
Oh.
But other than that, I've never. I've been to the ocean maybe twice in my adult life now because I've went on some trips, but like you gotta keep in mind I'm in Minnesota, right? Like I'm about as far from the ocean as one can possibly be.
I keep forgetting you're in Minnesota.
US.
For some reason, I keep thinking you're in Montana or Wisconsin.
Mhm.
I don't know why.
I've been to lakes a lot. I've been to Lake Superior quite a bit. I've been to
But I know you
I
get
won't
your
say where, but my like local lake. I've been to a lot of smaller lakes around the state where friends and family live.
Lakes are good.
I was gonna say I know
Unless
you
you get like.
Yeah, there's a lot of lakes in Minnesota. Like that's kind of what we're known for. It's the land of 10,000 lakes.
Yeah, you get like speedboats. What is it called? Like the river boats. What are the other ones? Like the speedo boats. Like the jet skis.
Canoes,
Jet skis.
kayaks, jet
Hover.
skis.
Do you have hover boats?
airboats,
Not really.
hovercraft.
Yeah, the airboats.
They're a
Airboats.
thing, but they're not.
Because I remember them.
I mean,
I remember them being a thing in
not really.
Florida.
That's more of a
We used
thing
to.
down in the south.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
Like-
that's more of a thing down there.
I remember back when I lived in the Everglades area, back when there was a fucking Everglades, they had airboat tours, and you could take one and just ride around the marshes all day, just chat with people. It was kind of nice. Now all that shit's dried up.
Quite
Airboats
so
are
much
fun.
marsh around here.
I
It's,
remember.
you get a lot of more marsh where it's like up against the ocean. I forget the term for it, but there is like where it kind of mixes into salt water. But we don't have that so much.
Kind of
here.
a bog
It's
or a
fresh
bayou.
water
Or...
and a lot less.
Maybe a bayou?
It's a lot less marshy. It's more just like cold, like clear water.
Oh.
Well, not so much clear because it's kind of brownish, but it's like it's relatively
it's
clean
fresh
water.
I remember. I don't remember where it was, but I have a fond memory of when I was a teenager. My mom took me on a what are those things called? The big river boats, like the big the ones that have the wheels on the side.
The black
paddle.
The paddle boats. Those are fucking majestic.
No, not those ones. The big
We
big
had one
ones.
of those when I was a
The
kid.
big ones.
I would go.
The glass
Me and my
bottom boats.
brothers would go all over the
Oh,
place.
no.
In the paddle boats.
it was wheel boats. It was like these gigantic maybe they are paddle boats.
Yeah, the gigantic paddle wheels rolling down the river delta. The fucking
those
Louisiana
things.
gambling boats.
Oh, those.
Because
That's not what I was thinking, but yeah, those are also paddle boats. But I was thinking of let me pull up an image here.
it had a restaurant, like a small little restaurant and everything. And it took us to another place which is on the side, and I forgot what it was called, but it had really like it had better food than on the paddle boat. It had like really good cod and really good I think that was where I had my first what was it called, those flatfish where you end up with the crazy people that fish with them with their hands. What were those things called? Catfish.
Oh, that's catfish, and that's noodling.
Those are dangerous as fuck, man. You'd be surprised. That's dangerous. You need an expert to do that shit.
I've heard people lose fingers from it.
Yeah, they
do.
I heard of it. I've never seen it happen, but I've seen some of the injuries where they've done that. I'm like, why do you do that? Why like you need your fingers. Why do you?
That's not my picture, by the way. I just pulled that out of Google Images.
Right.
Oh, okay.
No one's getting
I have been on those boats. But those are not the boats I was thinking of. Those I consider like the swan boats.
But then they've got like paddles in the front, and they've got a little rudder in the back, and we would take those all over the place. Like you think of like when you're a kid and you
watch out. One of you has your browser window open.
No. I copied a picture, and it did
Hey, copy the URL.
It copied the URL. Instead of showing the picture, it copied the URL. Remove that. Yes.
Yeah. Just a quick note for anyone who's watching, wondering how we're doing 3Ds at once. Using a software called, or not software, but a website called Video
that
Ninja,
doesn't help either.
Where Nicola and Malone are both on OBS with a green screen, and I just get their feeds and put them into mine. So when someone is putting on something onto their feed, because I'm just streaming straight VC face on mine. It's been 4 months since we did the last one of these. I thought it
has been a while. It has been a while since we've done.
I thought this would be something special.
But it was those gigantic like freighter paddle boats. It had like a kitchen on it. It had like a captain's
steamboat.
It had the whole shebang. Yeah, kinda. It was kind of like a steamboat, but it had those big wheels. I can't remember if I think our big paddle wheels were on the sides and not on the back, and it was like one of the old like historical boats. So what they had was very limited, but it was like this gigantic tour trip where they go up the river and like woohoo, and then they have like a small kitchen for food and drinks. But they would take you like up the river, and then you would get food like from proper restaurants that were along that path.
Right.
And that is where I had.
Yeah,
it is really good. That is where I had catfish for the first time.
I love the idea of water accessible, like stores and restaurants and whatnot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Down in Florida, they do that a lot, where they just have like stores on stilts and stuff. You just kind of pull up to or put them right by the dock. It was really like there was a lot of shit I had to deal with back when I lived in Florida, but aesthetically, it was a nice fucking place. Look at that.
It a nice place. A lot of weirdos
Right.
there, but a nice place.
Fuck yeah.
Riding a boat around is so much less stressful than trying to drive.
Oh,
And
yeah.
don't get me wrong, like I like driving too, but like boats are just way more fun.
But boats are fun. I speak so as the Navy ROTC representative.
Oh, I'll thank you for your service,
Ooh.
Malone.
Oh,
You were in the ROTC.
But-
Roaches on the crawl.
I was in the ROTC. I was on my way to West Point, believe it or not.
Ooh.
oh wow.
Yeah. And then things happened. Life happened. And then I had to drop out.
Oh. Oh.
Well, and I know you bring your
Because-
knowledge of that era to the table because you're very knowledgeable, like weapons and stuff.
Yeah. It comes in handy. It comes in handy quite a lot. Believe it or not, the reason why I did that, I went through all that, is that the quickest way into like to become an astronaut or to go into space is, believe it or not, through the military. So
Yeah.
that was my
Alright, were you gonna try and become an astronaut?
I that was my
That would
original
be
dream.
really cool.
That was my like legit original dream.
That makes your whole space aesthetic now makes a whole lot more sense. Like the cosmic caramel character and
Yeah.
everything. That makes a lot more sense though. In that's actually really cool that you're able to integrate that.
Yeah. Because that's what I when I first took up the character, I'm like, how do I incorporate space? And then I'm like, huh.
The thing is, like people our age, when we were kids, it was like the dream to it was like the ISS going up and
Oh yeah.
like rockets and
Yes.
like from Amanda's age to probably around my age. Everyone dreamed of becoming an astronaut, and now like these days the kids all want to be
Well,
YouTubers.
I know. I know that kids wanted to go to space back in the day because all the old kids' game shows back in the day, the main prize was going to fucking space camp.
Yeah, I was too poor to go to space camp. I wanted to go to space
Well, you
camp.
should have won a fucking
I
game
wa-
show.
I tried. I was in the right places at the right time, but I didn't know little me was because I was both in California and Florida, so I was in the right places at the right time, but you needed a invitation, and you needed a what is it called, a schedule, like a proper schedule. So
Right.
so what they would do is that in order to recruit you to be on those game shows, they would especially for kids, they would randomize the park, and they would go pick up people randomly, and then they would say, okay, be here on this day or this time, etc., etc. Be in the park at this given day and given time. So you couldn't just like show up and then just like, woohoo, I'm going here. Like that's not how it worked, and I didn't know that at the time. And I because I was always like looking for those studios because I wanted to sneak on.
I think you would have been
I
great,
was-
man. You're very charismatic. You would have been great on one of those shows, man.
No, because the ones I was thinking of were like the Nickelodeon, was it Guts, and then
Do you have
the
I remember that.
Legend of the Hidden Temple? Did you try out for that one?
yeah, the Legend of yes
I fucking
that
love
thing.
that one, man.
Oh, I remember that.
The Shrine of the Silver fucking Monkey, man.
No,
That was the class. I love that fucking show, man.
I tried to get on there. I went to enough parks to where I found out like, okay, this is where it was filmed. This is where it is. And every single time I would like peek in, I'm like, like is anything going on? Like nothing's going on because nothing was scheduled that day. I'm like, why?
They filmed them in bulk, I think.
The child me did not understand. The child me did not understand. I'm like, because you're thinking like, oh, it's magical. Everything is filmed live because that's what the TV says. The TV lies. The TV lies.
People were alive when it was filmed.
Yeah.
That's what. But now the one I fucking loved that I would have wanted to be was on Nick Arcade back in the day, because I was a fucking gamer even back in the day, and they did this thing with green screens where it looked like you were actually in kind of a shitty video game. You were running around touching stuff, and you actually played video games over the course, and it was fucking great, man.
I think I know what you're talking about. That was like, oh crap! I know what you're talking about. I don't know what it is,
And
because they I think it was City Walk. They repurposed one of those things to make a video game, and they because I went to that one of those days, and they had everything there that was like all digital. And it was really cool. I like by the time I found out what it was like I was already an adult when it happened. But they had like these digital what is it called? Like the digital theme parks, where they would put you in this like little pod, and the little pod would go upside down, tilt sideways, and it would do all these like weird kooky things based off of what you inputted into the track from the computer console.
It's like those old dark rides at Universal, where you're just staying in one place, but it's moving up and down depending on what's happening on the screen. But it's you actually dictating it.
Yep.
That's
It's
I'm
you.
kind of surprised that you could, Carl wanted to be an astronaut. That was a lot of space stuff.
I legitimately love space. Like, like when I was a kid, I'm like, okay, there's two things that I want to be. I want to be a professional wrestler.
Fuck yeah!
And I want.
I knew I liked it.
Because I loved watching Hulk Hogan and Macho Man.
Yeah,
And
Macho Man's fucking.
Yeah, Macho Man was fun. I ate Slim Jims like semi regularly. If we could afford it, we would get like the little Slim Jims, like the tiny, like, what is it, like 25-cent Slim Jims?
The bite-sized ones.
Yeah, the bite-sized ones. And then every single one of those would be in my lunches. So I'll be like, on the Slim Jims. But I was like, okay, you know what? That's probably not gonna happen because I'm small.
That, like, they have like
I really
fucked
wanted
up
to be a
salt.
programmer.
Really?
Cause, like I got like the Game Boy Advance, and I remember thinking, like, how in the world does this know that when I push the button, it like turns the character like I knew a little bit about like mechanical stuff, and I'm like, how in the world do they make something that does that? And now I know.
That's very cool, man. And you're kind of
that is
that
cool.
Also with the V music and everything that you're doing, being able to program stuff yourself.
Yeah.
As far as what
And you kind of got into programming via what's like inadvertently, in a roundabout way, because didn't you experiment with FlaVR with coding and programming?
It was actually kind of the other way around. Like,
Oh!
I had done programming stuff for quite a while before I got involved. Actually, quite a while before I had even found Pippa.
Okay.
Like, I remember I was, like, into programming, like, all the way back in high school. And I was going to college for it. Or I was planning on it. Like, I went to community college for, like, 2 years. And I was planning on transferring and getting a degree in computer science. And I didn't finish it. So
Okay.
I just have, like, the 2-year degree from community college. But that whole time, I was studying about programming and like looking at blogs and reading code, and I like even then on, and I still do. And like even in school, like I was reading blogs and reading things and just it's like trying to build up as much as I could learn about it.
Well, it's always good to keep
I
reading up on
never
that stuff.
really
'cause
got
it all
a
keeps
proper job in it. I never really got a proper job in it, and I never got like a proper degree or certification or anything that would like actually say that I can do it on paper, which kind of makes it pretty difficult to get a job in it, especially
Yeah.
with the job market the way that
Yeah.
it is.
You ever thought
Well,
about
not
doing
even
that?
It's just that they did the scam where they're like,
Uh-huh.
okay, you need a what is it called? A college degree for this crap. They're like, you need to do this, you need to do that, and you need to do these like random.
Yeah, and it's
courses.
expensive.
Yes, it's very expensive. So like, okay, well, we need to know like we don't care what you know, we just need to know that you did it. So you can take like art classes and a whole bunch of bullshit, and then just have the one class that is the actual class, and then just like as long as you have that padding there, then it's all But I'm glad that's finally being phased out.
Yeah.
But jeez, it's just like they
But the nice thing about game programming is that if you scope it really small, there's quite a bit that you can get done just by yourself. Like you don't need to be in a company.
Yeah, I mean, look at Zoom, all the stuff he's doing. He's
And-
essentially a one-man company himself with the guru and everything. He's doing that all on
Yeah,
his own.
and so that was kind of something that I was trying to push for, was becoming a solo video game developer, kind of like what Neo's trying to go for now too.
Yeah, he's
Oh.
busting his ass working so hard, man.
And
I feel
so like I was trying to learn all of the different various disciplines for game development, so like music and programming and storytelling, and I'm probably my weakest aspect is art, because I can't draw for shit.
Me neither. That's why you say AI art.
But
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
AI art
yeah.
is for.
But yeah, that
but
y'all.
yeah, like, but the reason why I got into music was like I knew that good music can save a bad game.
Yeah.
And I knew that
I
really, really wanted to make music for a game.
I don't know about
And
saving
so
a
I
bad game,
remembered-
but good music can be iconic in and of itself.
I
Like,
think it can.
Yes.
like,
I think it can.
look
Yeah,
at. Look,
especially like, what was that? It was
I think an otherwise bad game that has decent music is at least okay-ish.
I did a stream on this where someone suggested to me like an average game, but they said like the music goes really hard, and
Yeah.
I can't remember that game. That now this is gonna.
And I think like Toho, like I think the games are pretty good, but
Yeah, the games are decent.
I think they're mostly a vehicle for Zune to produce his music and get that out there.
well, the music and like the bullet hell, that's art in and of itself. Like all the bullet patterns
Yeah.
and everything. So it's more like an art piece than anything.
It kind of is to a degree.
And
because-
there's a lot of aspects that are really well done too, like the
Yeah, like the-
storytelling and
like
the
the-
character design and the bullet patterns themselves. Like
Yeah,
there is a lot that goes into it, but
because
I think the
Zoom,
music is really
well,
special.
if you look at Zune, like nothing about him is like professional.
Yeah.
Like his drawing is kind of
No.
and his music is also like it's not the best.
You know,
But at
I
the
would.
same time, it has that
Okay.
soul to where like actual producers like, oh crap, this is like really good.
I think his composition is very professional.
Yes, the
Like,
composition.
He does it with,
He knows what he's doing.
with
Like Night of
these
Night.
kind of low quality MIDI instruments that
Yes.
make it sound very Zune, but like if you like look into the music theory of what he's writing, it's like top notch.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is. So much.
There's hardly anyone that's like on his level.
Yeah, because there's been so many remixes of all the different songs that you look at it and you're like, damn. Like
Yeah.
it's one thing looking at it from the video game perspective, but would you stop calling my?
I'm sorry, I got bored.
You got bored?
Yeah, I'm clawing your leg. I'm sorry. I'll stop. But no, I get what you're
But-
saying. Like it's
My cat wants out.
you're talking about
It's starting to call my bed.
how most people, like, I was one of these people, I didn't even know about the video games initially. I just heard the music somewhere or saw, like, Cerno's Perfect Math Class or something. And I learned about the
yeah.
fucking great music. And then I found out there's a video game series behind it.
Do you want to know something funny?
Fuck yes.
Did you know that Pippa the Rippa is going to the same tune and beat of Cerno's Math Class?
Yeah,
I never
I did
thought of
notice
that.
that.
I never fucking thought of that. I'm gonna have to listen to that.
I'm pretty sure she sent it as a reference to the music producer that worked on it.
I'm going
You-
over it.
you
Oh my,
sit there
oh my
like-
god! I'm going over to my fucking head. It's like it's fucking lining up, man. I'm starting to picture. Oh my god! My mind is fucking low. She is the strongest.
Iosis is really something else.
It is.
We were talking about wanting to be a programmer growing up, below being an astronaut growing up. This is gonna sound fucking dumb. I don't think I've ever told anyone, but when I was younger, I wanted to be a game show host growing up.
Oh.
Like I'd watch
Okay.
I'd watch game shows back in the day, and I'm like thinking, hey, that'd be cool. Like if you stand up there and get to chat with people I never met, get to ask questions, pretend I'm smart, like I know the fucking answers when they give you a little card. And then at the end of the
Yeah,
day,
yeah.
someone's coming away with money or fabulous prizes. 'Cause
Yeah,
that-
maybe in a different life you could have been
Yeah.
who's the guy that does like Family
You
Square
know, you could do a game show stream.
that would have been fucking
That's
wicked.
something
Yeah.
you
wouldn't
can
it?
do.
Well, the problem with one of those is that I need to get like multiple people together. Like I could host it, but then yeah, like even getting this collab together, having to set up the right game time and everything.
you could be Flavor's Alec Trebek.
Alex Trebek, yeah. Now that Alex Trebek was a fucking real one, man. I don't know what they're doing with Jeopardy now, but they're kind of just fucking around with it, aren't they? Like they had Ken
Yeah, they have
Jennings,
Ryan Seacrest on that.
then they had Blossom
Wait.
for a while.
Wasn't Ryan Seacrest
Oh no,
the American
no,
Idol?
no, they got him on Wheel of Fortune.
Oh,
No, I'm thinking of the
Yeah, like Jeopardy had like Mayim Balik, and then they had like Ken Jennings, the guy who won a whole bunch.
really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because like there was a whole controversy about one of them that was hosting it. But yeah, like I'd watch that shit back in the day. Like there was
You
a game
guys
show
use a
network.
spreadsheet to set up collabs? No. We basically use Discord, and it's like, hey, is such and such time a good time? And then we're like, let me check. Yeah,
I
or
I don't use
it's like,
spreadsheets.
oh wait, no, I'm gonna do something then.
I use WordPad and I do stream schedule, and then I set it out by week. Usually I try to get good about like setting it ahead like a week ahead of time, so that way I'm like there. But I usually use the what is it called, like the World Time Buddy, so that way I could look at everything right out the gate.
Oh yeah, you've showed us that before. It's this website where it actually shows you the time zone in another country. It's actually very nice.
Yes. And I've done so many collabs to the point where like, yeah, this is gonna be necessary.
Yeah, like me and Malone have like the same.
I don't have any. I don't have any like documents that plan out what I'm doing ahead of time, like for in terms of like calendars or whatnot. But like I'll just like organize stuff with people in Discord and then like remember the things that I have to remember. But mostly, if it's not a collab with someone else, I kind of tend to just play it by feel, and I'll just do whatever I feel like doing.
Well, I think
like most of the time I end up not streaming.
I think I'm the only wagey, like regular 50-hour-a-week wagey here. So I'm lucky. My schedule is dictated by when the company wants to let me go. Luckily,
Yeah, I still need to get a proper job.
Luckily, my contract dictates they cannot make me work on Sundays, and 9 times out of 10 they'll give me Wednesday off also. So that's one of the main reasons I stream Wednesdays and Sundays. And I guess it's like the nature of the job I do working at Desert Salt LLC. Whenever I set up a collab, make a collab with someone like y'all, or I'm doing one with Grub on Friday, I try to immediately go ahead and make the room and the thumbnail and everything. Because y'all subscribe to my channel, you see I got rooms setting up like 2
Oh, I
weeks
make
in
my
advance.
thumbnails like last minute.
To just kind of remind myself as well.
Kari, you know.
Yeah, I know.
You know really well.
I try to do my thumbnails on Sunday, and if I can't get to it on Sunday, I usually do it on Monday, and then I set out my thumbnails then. With every now and again, like my Friday or Saturday being like.
If I remember to do it in advance, then I'll have the waiting room up in advance. But like, people will notice how rarely that happens.
Yeah, I do it like it's actually perfect the time you stream alone, like on Fridays, or if you do a rare Saturday stream or something. I will actually listen to you while I'm setting up the rooms and everything, and generating out the AI art and everything. And you can sometimes usually work gives me like 2 weeks in advance what the schedule is gonna be. Because even if I know what days are going to be, like the days I come in, or the hours I come in are usually different. So I just like to listen to Malone and Jabber and shit while I'm making my thumbnails. Because I love making the thumbnails.
No.
I love making the AI art, but I just hate making the actual fucking rooms themselves in Yahoo. Because you gotta like either copy an existing stream or start a new one and tap up all the fucking tags and set up the time and everything. It's a fucking hassle.
Something I've noticed is it'll reject making a new stream if you have too many like app username tags in the title.
Oh yeah, that's happened to me.
You can't do that.
Like what was it?
But then it'll let you do that when you edit the stream.
Yeah, because was the Gardic Forum collab?
She's jumping on the desk.
The Gardic Forum collab I hosted with like 7 people. It wouldn't let me make the room until I cut everyone's like ad names out, and I just had to put that in the description. I don't know why it does it. I guess they're like it might assume it's spam. I think Malone is dueling with the cat.
Or taking the cat out.
I got $50 on the cat. You alright, Malone?
So do you watch a lot of space stuff, Amanda?
Okay.
Not really. Like there was 1 or 2 shows I watched, but I was more into like true crime. stuff. You know, like at the height of my depression, I was watching a lot of Law and Order. Like, and the SVU, and the Criminal Intent, and they had a fucking
honest,
LA.
I don't even have a TV. I don't watch TV.
Well, I don't have one right now, but I'm saying back in the day I used to watch it all the time. These days, no, I watch everything online. Because even the TV networks are putting shit online.
I don't even have a Netflix subscription.
Yeah. I do not subscribe. Oh, sorry.
Oh, I have a Netflix subscription by what was like tangentially?
Family sharing?
Yeah, family sharing from my sister, because my sister has the thing. So
that works.
I have the Netflix.
Well, thank you for stopping by, CeeLo. Thank you for hanging out. Listen to us. Yeah. You have a good day.
It's CeeLo? I thought it was
just
Cielo.
download things illegally.
That also works. I also do that.
Well, I don't subscribe to any of the things, the fucking streaming channels, because they keep chopping up what they sell.
You wouldn't download a car, would you?
They just well.
Wait.
Well, I forget who said it, but it was like, well, yeah, if by me getting the car, it did not erase the other car from existence, it just copied the car, and then everyone can have the car.
Wait, I just realized, do I have geophysics?
Well, wasn't that one guy trying to get you to do that, like raise your arms and cough so we could see the titties bouncing?
No, you mean JP? No, JP was trying to give me advice if I go into a coughing fit. Supposedly, if you raise your arms and cough, while you cough, it's better, and it kind of is, because it takes it away from your side and your lungs, so you're not nearly pulling your muscles as much. Ooh!
I thought he just wanted to see the booba.
Oh, no.
Everything okay, Malone? It sounds like the cat is winning.
No. The cat is out. The cat is now out. It wanted out. So,
Ahoy!
Here we go.
Ahoy!
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 Yar har.
Yar har. Yar har fiddle-dee-dee.
I'm not gonna advocate it, but I am gonna
fiddle-dee-dee.
say, like, a lot of the time, there's like no other way. You get so pissed off that there's the shit I grew up with. I can't play any other way. Why are you sniffing my hair, Malone?
But when it comes to like space media, I loved watching like old space media. I like watching Stargate, Babylon 5, what was it, Space Above and Beyond.
Did you see that YouTube video of touring the ISS?
I don't think I've seen that.
No.
That sounds pretty cool.
Oh, Jamie, pull that up. It's a good video. It's a cool video.
You might have to just go ahead and put the link in the chat for people to check out, though. Like, I'm running out of resources just having the three of us going. Sorry that I gotta jump the
Here, I remember I had it pulled up for my KSP stream, or one of them, playback.
Oh yeah, Kirk, when are you gonna go back to the fucking space program? We need to touch goo. We need to get back to touching the fucking goo.
Touching the goo?
Yeah, man, the space goo.
I heard that there's a spiritual successor in it that's in development.
Okay.
Cool.
I'm gonna post this in the Discord, because I think if I post it in the YouTube chat, YouTube will remove it. But yeah, there you go. There's the video.
Let's see, I'm the host. Let's see if me
I think my favorite part is when they look out the cupola where they can like see out the like look down at the earth view.
Oh, okay.
You know, if you have a ham radio, you can actually radio up to the ISS, like if it's going overhead.
Okay.
And they'll respond to you.
Oh, nice.
Like that's one of the things that they do up there is they listen for ham radio, and if they hear the ham radio, they'll come give you a response.
I can't think
That's
there's
really cool.
I can't think there's a lot of ham radios. Like the only guy I can think of that does ham radio is the report of the week, and I don't even know if that's what he's doing now, because he has a radio show as well.
Does he have a ham radio?
Well, I know he does a radio show. I don't know if he does ham radio.
You have to like get a license for it, which I haven't.
For a ham radio?
Yeah.
I thought you just take the ham
you
radio.
gotta get licensed.
Like you just get one.
No, you gotta get licensed. Otherwise, it's
Oh.
illegal.
Yeah, because you're using international frequencies or whatever.
Oh.
Just like you don't want to jump onto someone else's frequency and prevent like ambulance from getting there on time.
They give you a call sign.
So if I just like got a ham radio and did a stream of me contacting space,
That'd be fucking
I would-
cool. Like you might go to jail, but that'd be fucking
is,
cool.
when you go to use the ham radio, you have to call out your call sign, and it's publicly available, like your real name connected to the call sign.
I immediately see a problem with this
YouTuber,
stream.
you can't actually do ham radio.
Oh.
Yeah.
But what if I did like a non what's it called, call sign?
But here's the thing: is if you want to listen to it, that's allowed. And you don't need a license to like receive ham radio, just to broadcast. And there's the online web software defined radio that you can use to pick it up if you were so inclined.
Oh, okay.
Radio
That's
free below?
something I've been thinking about doing, is doing doing like a radio stream,
That'd be neat.
like talking about radio stuff, because it is something I'm somewhat interested in.
Yeah, that is one of the things I
Okay.
love about FlaVR, man. It's just there's something for everyone. You got people with such varied interests and so much creative, more than just the usual fucking video games. It's fucking great. Like, there's so many talents, so many varied interests, man. You're gonna find something you're gonna love here.
More or less, yes.
Electromagnetism.
That too.
Yes, electromagnetism.
Fucking magnets, how do they work?
They work because they're
They did that.
magnets.
I get the reference. It's the Insane Clown Posse.
Yeah, fucking clowns. Wicked. But yeah, I swear, man, it's been fucking. It's been a hell of a trip. Like when I originally asked y'all to join me today, I was trying to remember the first time when we had a 3-person Yap session, and it was all the way back on October 4th. Like over 4 months ago was the first one, and I just think about where we are now as opposed to where we were then, and it kind of blows my fucking mind. Like, cause even if you watch the old stream with the three of us, it looked like I was the one who put it together, and it was just like very unprofessional, like with the audio and everything. Now, I've had a chance to learn. I've had a chance to y'all helping me and everything. Just fucking learning and changing and evolving. And y'all are doing amazing too. Like Kara on the border of getting 300 subs. Nicola, like I think just hit 500.
Just got 500 subs.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I just passed 500.
And
Now you can get memberships.
I thought
You would think so.
I thought memberships were 1,000.
It's 500 subscribers and also what was it? 3,000 hours of watch time?
Come on, who the fuck
Yeah,
isn't watching these?
3,000 public watch hours. Probably is. I'm not exactly there yet, and it's probably gonna be a while.
Wait, what?
Look, let me. It's gonna be a little while. We're gonna take a look at what I just posted.
I gotta check that too. I'm trying not to be Menhera about
Oh my
this.
god!
You okay?
Yeah.
I could have sworn you had a lot more than that.
The
Wow.
other thing is, it's 3,000 public watch hours in the last 365 days, which I'm coming up on my 1-year anniversary of starting streaming, which means those hours are going to start disappearing as they cross over.
Is it okay if I tell the viewers the numbers?
I suppose.
She's talking about 3,000 watch hours in a year. She's up to 1,178 public watch hours. But remember, you did take like a 2-month break also. So if you keep going, there's going to be a point where you're racking up a whole lot. You did take a lot of break.
The thing is, I'm a third of the way there.
Right. But then that rolls over because that's less than 65 days.
A month and a half is not 2/3.
Oh, okay.
Well, it depends on what you're doing.
So, the answer is I need to stream a lot more.
Yes.
Yeah.
The streaming is where you get the watch hours.
Yeah, it's like
That I got this. The funny thing was I got the watch hours very early on. I just didn't have the subs.
Well, you're
So I had the inverse problem.
Well, you're streaming like 30 hours a week at least.
The reason why I have the subs but not so much the watch hours is every now and then I will post shorts, and shorts very much pop off, and you get a lot of subscribers from shorts, but they usually don't come to watch your streams. So
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, it's like
Because
it's like they'll come for that one thing, but they won't check out the rest. Like you'll see a channel with one video that went viral has like hundreds of millions of hits, and then the other videos on their channel maybe have 200. It's not always produced.
Oh, and then the other time was when Pippa reacted to my debut rap and my the debut animatic is I had a pretty big bump in subscribers when that happened.
yeah, that would do it. That would.
You got recognized by your Oshi, man.
The thing is, though, a bunch of them stuck around though. So.
Oh, okay. That is cool.
Yeah, come down by the Discord, hang out.
And the thing is that sometimes the people who do subscribe for the shorts, sometimes they do pop in. So it's still helpful to do it.
Yeah.
I should do a short.
But,
well, I've been trying to learn how to do shorts and stuff.
Yeah, if you have the watch hours, but not subscribers, do a shorts. Do shorts. You will cross over the line before you even know it.
Oh, okay.
I haven't looked at the numbers as much because I know that I'm not going to get monetized. I know this is just a hobby for me. But the fact that both of y'all are just doing so fucking great, really starting to make progress, it brings a tear to my eye.
Well, I think FlaVR in general is doing really great because Neo got monetized.
Yeah.
For
The
membership.
fucking
He
ice
was
cream
doing-
dog boy. Shout out to
Yes,
Neil.
the paw print thing.
Because he's been busting his ass on the
I
program.
still consider it a hobby too, but like, it would be nice to, you know, turn it into something serious if I could. But
Yeah.
like, I'm perfectly willing to just keep doing it as a hobby.
Yeah, I know that as a...
It would be really nice. It would be really nice to be able to send raids to friends. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's fucking...
Yeah,
it's
the
fucking...
official raids.
It's fucking stupid
Not
that you
unofficial
can't.
raids.
Or, like, what is it, like 1,000
Yeah.
people before you can raid someone on YouTube?
1,000.
But on
A
Twitch it's
1,000.
free, right?
Mhm.
Because like, I've watched Mother Tiffy streams where she'll get a raid of like 2 or 3 people. And like, you can't imagine what that
Wouldn't it be funny if I hit 1,000? Wouldn't it be funny if I hit 1,000 before I hit monetization?
It's very realistic.
It's possible that would be very
Yeah,
entertaining. Because I know I have the
because you know, from short smaxing,
You gotta max
Yeah,
out.
from the chiptune,
I know
the
from-
chiptune art grind.
Love to have a chiptune
people-
stream
people-
sometime.
people do love chiptune.
Actually watch you
Like,
making a
ironic.
chiptune. That would be really
People love chiptunes. I love the
I mean,
chip.
you don't have to
I
do
love
that.
It's like, and that is one of the great things about being in Flame, with the freedom to do what you love, like you with the music streams, and me with I didn't think there would be an audience. Like I tell people, I'm not a streamer, I'm a writer. I didn't think there'd be an audience for the creative writing streams I do, but we got people coming out, listening, and watching it, and I fucking love that they're picking up what I'm putting down.
The thing is, when it comes to music, though, I feel like I'm a lot more creative when I'm not on stream,
Yeah.
because it feels like there's pressure to do things, and then like do it quickly and be entertaining.
Yeah.
Like while you're trying to do it,
I,
and it makes it difficult for me to like actually do it well.
well, actually,
Okay.
that reminds me. And y'all remember the show called Mythbusters back in the day? Where the two
yeah,
guys.
I watched Mythbusters.
I watched that religiously.
Apparently,
I
Jamie
still watch Savage on YouTube. Like,
'Cause-
to this day.
well, the other one, Jamie Heineman, the walrus mustache guy, the one I liked, he talked about how he kind of hated the show
I wanted to
because-
be a Mythbuster.
just because of that.
Yeah,
because
same.
where he didn't like how he had to be entertaining while he was building stuff and always be talking on camera because
Yeah.
it slowed him down so much. But Adam Savage was like the charismatic one who kind of held the entertainment part together. So I can totally
And they
understand.
never got along.
You know, I
Both of them never got along.
remember.
It's
I
not
was
that they
a-
didn't get
I
along,
was
it's
a-
that they were like super professional, like they didn't have lunch out or anything. They weren't friends, like they didn't hate each other, they just weren't friends. Like it was a job for both of them. But Jamie, the only reason he stuck it
Yeah,
out,
they were,
was because
they were
how
a little
it-
bit
it promoted-
adversarial though too.
it
No, they were adversarial.
Like
uh,
yeah, like they often had like he's talked about this a lot. That they had a lot of like different approaches to solving problems, and they were
Yes.
both very stubborn about it, which then led to like solving the problem in two different ways, and usually if one of them failed, then the other would succeed. So like it worked to their benefit, but it was
It was good show content, but
yeah.
each kind of went like it messed with their egos, their scientific egos.
all I remember is that Jamie Emmett said he agreed to do it as long as he did because it helped promote like science in greater culture, and it really did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kinda did.
And it helped
Yeah.
again with the educational, like where like the president wanted them to work on the Archimedes death ray, but then of course the president got involved, so they had to call it the Archimedes
when I
solar
was
ray.
when I was in high school, I remember watching it, and being like, yo, they're wiring up all of these robots like straight to these like the radio controllers. And I remember thinking, man, I wish I could show Adam Savage or Jamie Heidemann one of these Arduinos that I was messing with at the time, which is like a programmable microcontroller. Because I was like, man, this would be really, really useful for them if they knew how to use this thing. And I was like, you know, if I was a mom, like I could probably contribute some interesting skills. It's a very helpful thing.
You should have applied to Discovery Channel.
No, I'm just some rando from Los Alamos.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that you kind of have to be a somebody, or like you have to know the somebodies in order to get in there.
Well, is that how the Mythbusters B team got in, like Grant and all of them?
Yes. They either knew.
I remember Grant Imahara was so Adam Savage did combat robotics with like his robot was Glendo. And Grant Imahara also did combat robotics.
Yeah, I remember reading about that. Those BattleBots things are fucking crazy.
I absolutely would love to do a combat robot if I had the money.
Oh yeah.
That would be fucking, like, I know it's not nearly as popular as it used to be.
I would love to build one.
That'd be fucking cool.
I always wanted to do that as well. As soon as that show, the BattleBot or the Battle Robots, and you see all these different designs, I'm like, oh, I want to do that.
I have an idea in mind for what I would like to build actually too.
Ooh.
There's a bunch of like different archetypes of robot, and like kind of the big thing right now is these spinners, right? But there's this one archetype that's actually banned in the actual BattleBots tournament, but is legal in a bunch of other tournaments. It's only banned on Technicam. What it is it's called a melty brain. And what it is, you think of like a spinner where you have the main robot, it has like the drivetrain, and there's the spinner, right?
Mm-hmm.
What a melty brain is, the whole thing spins, and like the wheels drive it around in circles. And you think, oh, well, that, like, how is that useful? It just sits in one spot. Except it doesn't. What it does is it uses some really interesting electronics and programming to drive the wheels when it's moving in one direction rather than the other direction. And it can use that to get omnidirectional movement. And like you get translational movement like that. And like the downside to it is it's quite a bit less controllable than other types of robots. Like it's a little bit jank, right? But you do get omnidirectional control. And the weight of your spinner, like the mass for, you know, the 1/2. Well, it'd be moment of inertia, but the mass of your spinner is the entire mass of the robot, which is like the whole weight limit, right? Which is a big deal. The other downside is that your electronics are built onto your spinner, which means if you hit something, you know, Newton's third law, it comes back and hits itself. Which means if your electronics are there, your electronics are gonna get hit pretty hard.
So as useful as it is, if somebody knows that it's coming, they can kind of game plan for that and take that area out, right?
Possibly. There's a lot you can do to prepare for that.
But you said it was banned in competition.
Yeah, so the rule that it's banned for is really, really stupid.
Okay.
As most rules are.
Because BattleBots has BattleBots has this rule where a combat robot needs an active weapon, which is separate from the robot itself, and because the robot itself is the spinner, it doesn't have an active weapon, so it's not allowed.
Oh.
Can't you just
So
add
you
like
would-
another
you
like
have to add
something else to
Well,
it also?
Yeah, well, what if you added saw blades onto the side?
You probably could, but like,
So theoretically speaking, if you added saw blades to the side,
yeah,
you-
maybe, but
yeah,
No, add a
because now
the other thing is for
gonna be-
scoring. The other thing is for scoring purposes. If it's not hit with the active weapon that counts as the actual active weapon, then it doesn't count for like the judges for scoring.
Well, then you're just gonna have to win
Um,
on PKO instead of winning on points.
Yeah, which is a pretty big disadvantage. But you can enter into other competitions that aren't BattleBots too, because those also exist.
So
I have
we're
a feeling my BattleBot would be pretty decent, because I wanted, when I was thinking about it, I always wanted one that has like a pile bunker.
what's that?
So you
Pile bunker?
pile.
Oh, I forgot. There was one more advantage which is really important, which I forgot to mention.
Okay.
Which is for a normie regatta, you have all of your motors and electronics that control the drivetrain, and then you have the motor that controls the weapon, right?
Right.
And for a multi-brain, you just have the one motor that drives it. And you don't even need 4 motors like you would for a normal combat robot. You can run a multi-brain with one single individual wheel. Like you don't even. Most of them use 2 wheels, but you can do it with 1 wheel.
Damn.
Okay.
Which means you can save just a huge chunk of the weight budget and still beef up that one motor like significantly and have way better performance.
Get enough,
Huh.
Like
Okay.
it's
enough weight left for like a
basically-
shotgun.
It's basically like a glass cannon.
Ah.
Yeah. It's like a glass cannon robot.
So when are we gonna get the Nikola
Alright.
underground BattleBot arc? Fuck, you know who you need to team up with?
I can afford it.
You need to team up with Sensoka. There's this guy on the FlaVR Discord, Sensoka, who has his own warehouse,
Yeah, I know.
builds a lot of stuff. It's fucking cool. It's making coins and shit. We need to get him into BattleBots in the name of flavor.
The other thing is, I have a kit that I still need to finish building for a CNC machine that's mostly 3D printed parts, which I've printed a good chunk of them, but I never finished it.
Okay.
But you need to build a work table as well, which I also haven't done, and I need to buy the wood for it, which money.
Yep. Money. It
Yeah.
all comes down to money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All you need is enough money to just like not have to worry about money.
Yeah, but then you get. I've actually read about this. People who win the lottery and shit, they're not happy. Because,
Oh, that's because they get the money very fast.
yeah, that, and when you have that much money, your standard, like, goes way up. Like
But
what'll
also,
make you
there's,
happy?
like, the people who win the lottery are the sort of people who,
Or probably not best with the money.
you know, do the lottery.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I just saw the picture.
Yeah, that's a pile bunker. It's a
Ooh.
pneumatic or jet or something piston piston.
I think I've seen a few of those. The problem is, you'd be surprised they don't produce quite as much kinetic energy as something like
like a spinner, like a flywheel sort of thing.
No,
And then they also don't really reset.
well, here's the thing about that is that that would be just like the piston energy that just goes bam. So if you need to just like get them in a corner, and the reason behind that is that I want a massive scorpion tail that is like similar to that of like the medieval weapon, the Bector Corbin.
Back to Corbin.
Yes.
No, I'm not familiar with that one.
It is this let's see if I can find an image for that, because this little sucker is like a big beast. Okay, I found one. There we go. And save and doot, and then come on, there we go. And Discord, and boop, and then boop. So
that.
Right.
yes.
So like a hammer.
Yes, but you want the piercer. You either want the hammer on one side or the piercer. So that way, like it gives that right there is a can opener. That is made like to dismount and heal into knight's armor. So if you know that is made for actual warfare and piercing armor, it's gonna wreak havoc through a little battle bot. So the whole point of
the sad thing is, I've seen a lot of hermobets that are like that, and they're disappointingly not very effective.
okay.
Because of like what I've said before, which is like when you go to swing a hammer, you have like the hammer swing to build up the energy. With like a kinetic spinner, they can spin those out for a very, very long time and get just incredible amounts of kinetic energy into a flywheel, and then just release it instantly when they drive it. Which is way more damaging.
That's a lot of math and science, man. I wouldn't leave that to
Yeah, that is a lot. But I think the battle bot would still win, because in order for that what's it called to work? I am glitching out.
You were you were
like,
doing something you buy.
Modern armor. The other thing is like modern, titanium or AR500 plates, or I think they were using a lot of 3D printed TPU even. A lot of the modern armor can kind of just shrug off a lot of hammer hits. Even if it's like a very sharp spike, pointed spike, most armor can just shrug that off. The big thing that hammers are very threatening with is damaging electronics with shock. But even then, like, spinners produce way more shock.
It's all about
spinners are also
there is the
It's all about
there is the
disabling.
thing that robots tend to be more heavily armored in the front than on the top, but like a well-built robot isn't all that vulnerable to hammers.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like, but it's like
At least that's my opinion. That obviously not the opinion of a lot of people who do build the combat robots, because people do build hammer robots.
Okay.
Like, there's a lot of robots like what you're describing.
I know it's like a fighting game. Like, there are so many different types of robots out there. It just depends. Some of them might just have a better matchup against someone.
Yeah.
And it all depends on who your opponent is, too.
And plus, angular armor can
Right.
help out a lot versus some of that shock.
Right.
The
'Cause
thing
then
is, there is a current meta, which is vertical disc spinners.
I heard
Um,
fighting
they're
games.
just
Hello,
like-
Choco.
The best.
I know
Hello,
you. I
Choco.
know you fucking heard fighting games, man.
Yeah, we're talking about fighting games of robots.
We're talking about fucking
BattleBot.
Yeah.
battle bots. We're talking about everything.
Yeah,
tonight.
the vertical disc spinners have kind of just taken over the meta.
Yeah, I can see that.
Like
I could
circular saws.
definitely see that because that you end up with the
But horizontal full body spinners are also pretty strong in the meta as well.
I wonder
And
why.
that gives me a reason to believe that a melty brain would be pretty significantly strong if it was executed well.
You said melty brain, Choco, not melty blood. Calm down.
what if you put like little teeth on the spin, so that way when you hit something you bite into it?
Oh yeah, you absolutely would. You absolutely would. Like that's a necessity.
At which point you're just building like a gigantic circular saw, which could be very
Kind of.
like
The way it behaves is a little bit differently than a saw, because a saw is intended to take very small chips out of metal or
Yes.
wood or whatever you're cutting. Whereas like a spinner weapon is intended to engage and basically jam as soon as it contacts it. So like a saw, you want a whole bunch of teeth, whereas a weapon spinner, you want it to be like a single tooth. You want it to be like negative rake.
Negative
You
edge.
want it to be very hard, like possibly like a tungsten carbide, or like a very hard tool steel, like a shock resistant tool steel.
Well, are there limitations on the materials
Yeah.
you can use to build those things? Because like you get some rich guy just want to come in and make like a diamond saw or
Generally
something.
not.
What about flipper?
Yeah, they tend to be very expensive.
Like
Yeah.
what like has anyone tried
That's
to
the
build
thing, is
flippers?
they do tend to be very
But I'm
expensive.
saying, like, what if Elon Musk wanted to get into battle
flippers are pretty
bots
common.
and money was not an object?
There definitely is a role for flippers in the meta.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen those. Those
The
are
tricky
fun.
thing is, so like if you know in fighting games, there's the game of footsies, you know,
Yep.
which is like gauging distance and whatnot.
Yeah.
How you
In
start out.
combat robots, there's this thing of like fighting for clearance to the floor, where it's like if you can get under another robot, you have the advantage.
Oh.
So like
Get the high
like
ground.
flippers, vertical disc spinners will have like little wedgelets that sit down on the floor, and when they go up to another robot, it'll use the wedgelet to kind of lift it up and pull it into the spinner, so then like the bottom edge of the robot catches the tooth of the spinner, right?
Nice.
Okay.
So
So
a
it hits
lot
it,
of
and then then from there the next follow up causes it
Yeah.
to, like, the first impact
So-
hits it and it unbalances it, and then the second impact flips it or attempts to, and then if that one doesn't work, then the third one does the same thing and follows up and follows up and follows up and follows up.
Yeah. So a lot of the fights are determined by who hits the who gets under the other one first.
It's all about maneuvering.
And
setting yourself up
It,
for
it's
success.
it, it, al-
And
it almost sounds like
flippers
sumo
can
wrestling.
definitely play that game. Like, yeah, it is very much the case. The downside to flippers is that if you run up against say a vertical disc spinner or a horizontal spinner, you need your flipper to be strongly armored enough that is you get under them and their spinner contacts the front of your robot above your flipper, that it's armored strongly enough to shrug off that hit. But then also that hit doesn't damage all of the hinges and your actuators and everything driving the flipper in like the back end of your robot, which is that's a very difficult engineering problem.
Well, why not just do like something like just inspired by machinery? So you just get like the what's it called, like a bulldozer, and just take that bulldozer design and go in there, or like a road roller.
Well, that'd be a lot. That would be a lot of moving parts, though.
That's like the hard counter to spinners is having an attachment or like a shield. Which is basically like a bulldozer.
Okay.
Yeah, that is like the hard counter to spinners, and there's a lot of robots that do that.
But aren't there weight limits
Where
also?
you just have
And
like a
I know with
huge. Oh yeah, like you design around the weight limit. Your robot has to be under the weight limit, and it's entire like that's the whole game. Is how do you budget your weight? Like, do you put more of it into armor? Do you put more of it into bigger motors? Do you put it into a bigger weapon? It's like it's a game of like using the weight strategically, and like that's a big reason why I think Melty Brains have so much potential, is because a lot of the mass that gets used in it has multiple purposes at the same time. Like your weapon motor is also your drive, the frame, like your chassis of the robot is also the weight of the spinner. So when you beef one thing up, it serves multiple purposes at the same time.
Okay.
Like that. That's why I think it's a good idea.
Speed and weight,
So-
man. It's like the man said back in the day: speed and weight.
So how
Yeah.
do they get the money to do all this consistently? Because they're coming back like yearly, right?
I'm sure they've got sponsorships.
Yeah. A lot of them do have sponsorships. A lot of them are like independently wealthy.
Oh,
like
that explains it.
I know like Ray Billings, he runs a machine shop, so like that's their business, is doing machining. Or a lot of these are people who own companies that build stuff like this, and so they come and do it with a whole ton of resources to build stuff like this.
Okay.
So, some of them are like YouTubers who have like a Patreon where people will donate to do this kind of thing, and then they
Plus, they're making money off the content,
from
also.
this stuff, and then they make videos about it and stuff like that. I know a few YouTubers that do that stuff, and it's really interesting to watch, and it's really interesting to see their decision making and like what they consider important, and then like I look at some of the decisions they make, and I'm like, I would have done that differently. I would not have done that. But they're actually building robots, and I'm not.
Well, as far as
At
robot
least
stuff
not yet.
go, what I'd love to see, I don't know if they probably fucking have this. I'd love to see with the prevalence of drone technology. I'd love to see fucking drone wars.
Oh, I've seen those.
I'd love to see drone dogfight. That would be fucking cool.
Oh yeah, they have those.
The
They
funny
have
thing
those.
was-
They do.
Somebody did that. They put a flamethrower on it.
Oh my
one of the
god!
drones, and then one of the other robots put a rake attachment, and they just swatted it right out of the air, like in the first few seconds of the match.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Because they got the drones now doing the Amazon packages for certain areas. I guess that would be a way to protect your package and put a fucking flamethrower on it.
You have to keep in mind the drone will also count your weight limit, right?
Right.
So if you wanna add that in there, then you have to build the rest of your robot that much less like reinforced. Like you don't get as much for motors, you don't get as much for armor, you don't get as much for everything else. So it's a game of resource management.
Right. It's like a lot of things.
But hey, if some of these competitions have different weight limits. So if you want to build a robot and then bring it to, and like it doesn't get torn apart in one game, and you want to bring it to another one and it's still within the rules, then hey, you have a robot that's like 10 pounds under the weight limit. There's some interesting things you can do. You can build another really small robot, you could build a drone, you could maybe build some more attachments for it, you know. So that's why you see a lot of those things a lot, is because it's like another, it's like a robot that was designed for another competition.
Well, I know you're talking about resource management and everything. I know, like even with being a VTuber, there's a lot of that. It's like it's a fucking limited amount of money we get, trying to figure out what to put it in, what to put it towards, what fucking games to get. It's all a game of inches, man.
Do you
It's
buy
all.
a better model? Do you buy a better microphone?
Or do you learn how to make your own model? Like my model's still kind of a work in progress, but I am happy with how that's.
I definitely think model. Because
Or like chiptunes. You have like a few channels. Do you put it towards your harmonies? Do you put it towards your melody? Do you put it towards the bass line? Do you put it towards percussion? You know.
And you can study up on a lot of the
It's
stuff.
very
but,
similar to resource management.
But a lot of this, just like you gotta go out and do it. You just gotta go ahead and practice and see what doesn't work. You gotta go out there and fail a couple times, so you do know what does work. Like you can get advice, and you can like when I started streaming, I took a lot of advice from people, and like not all of it was good. I found out not all of it fucking worked for me, but that's the experience of it, and I love how FlaVR's a place where you can learn and get that experience. Because we've been, like I said, we've been doing this
The
for.
funny thing was, I was involved with some robotics competitions a while ago. That was a different kind of robotics competition. It was first robotics. It was like while I was in high school, because it's like a high school competition. It was like my senior year that I was on the team, and then after I graduated, I came back as a mentor, and because like I actually knew some programming, and I taught them more about like how do you program robots or whatnot.
Right.
And so I do know a good bit about robots from that, but they were designed for like completely different goals. It was like throwing balls into hoops and like climbing ladders and things like that.
Actual practical,
rather than
practical
fighting each other.
functions.
They did have to be, you know, durable enough to like survive, you know, like bumping into each other, but it wasn't like if you designed your robot specifically to damage other robots, you'd be violating a whole bunch of rules, you know.
So you can't purposely damage robots?
It was more of yeah, like, you know, that was a big no-no.
You're talking about the hoops and everything.
It was more of like a sport involving robots rather than a fight involving robots.
Okay.
And we need to get to some fucking robots. You're talking about the hoops and everything to beat those fucking carny games at the fair. Like some time ago, I went to a fair they had those games like the basketball hoop where it's a weird distance, or the rope that you have to climb that keeps moving around, the fucking balloon game.
A lot of those are made to be significantly more like deceptively difficult
Yeah, deceptively
than what
difficult.
they appear.
Yeah, like the milk bottle thing where the bottles look like may or may not have weights in them and shit. I didn't attend a lot of fairs back in the day, but when I did, I always got pissed off because I thought it was just a skill issue. I thought it just sucked. But no, they're built to take your fucking.
Yep, think of carny games like old arcade games. They are designed to suck up your monies.
Yeah. Like
Because they are not fair,
like
and they are cheat.
They were talking about fighting games earlier. Because Jojo arrived. That's like why back in the day, fighting games they had the final bosses who were fucking godlike. Because you beat all the normal characters, you got to keep plunking in more and more and more money. Because there's this one last asshole, or sometimes 2 or 3 or 4 more assholes that you want to beat, so you can say that you actually beat the damn game. And like they don't do that a lot anymore. Like a lot of fighting games don't even have a boss anymore because they're no longer like the arcade scene. Not nearly as much of an arcade scene. It's a lot about the home consoles and the tournament scene. So it kind of felt like kind of losing to something though. Because I love the fucking boss characters. Like I know I've done a few pictures. I myself as Rugal Berenstein. I just love. I don't love fucking fighting them, but I love the fact that there's like just this one guy at the end who's so crazy fucking stupid powerful, and you gotta keep putting quarters in until you find the cheese, where you just like sit down and hit one button or something and beat him easily because the AI is fucking stupid. It's just growing up and seeing how the gaming market has shifted. Kind of. I used to go to the arcade all the fucking time because I was an athletic person, but I always did prefer video games and
I'm
shit.
having an Oreo.
You having a Post Malone Oreo? Because I tried
Oreo.
those. Yeah, they got the new Post Malone Oreo. That's like a shortbread and
No, I
caramel
just have regular Oreos.
between one white and one black
What?
Oreo. It's fine, but like
That's weird.
the taste of the shortbread overwhelms everything. So it's like you're eating a shortbread Oreo.
Oh, that is weird.
But I was talking about arcades back in the day. You used to just run in there, $5 bill. It'd be gone in like 20 minutes because I didn't know what the fuck I was doing.
My
Eventually-
parents would never give me money for those.
Well, my parents just wanted to fucking shop themselves and like here. Either I would have little Mandy fucking complaining and whining about having to go through the same fucking clothing shop for the 3rd time because she was that one fucking.
Well,
place.
you know, they get expensive, you know?
Yeah.
It does get expensive. Like the home console is like the best thing that happened to gaming.
It was for a while, but like these days, I don't know.
Well,
Like with the home
arguably
consoles being
PC
out
is
for all
better.
yeah, with
Well, yeah, the PC is definitely better, but the
Like,
home
it's
console,
better, but like,
the
those
home console.
early 8-bit machines. is
Yes, exactly.
Quite
Oh,
the
yeah.
innovation, though.
yeah, back in the
Because
day, yeah.
they were basically just small arcade studios, and you just like had
And
them.
like, it's hard to explain if if you don't know Kongremi, but the engineering involved in some of those early games is really something else.
Yeah. Although it wasn't
And,
exactly perfect to the old arcade machines, except for like I believe the Neo Geo was actually literally the same hardware they
And-
used in the arcades.
Modern hardware and modern games, it just doesn't have the same magic.
The modern
and
ones, no.
it just doesn't have the same it doesn't have the same
Magic?
I feel like
you know how necessity breeds innovation?
yeah, it's the same
Necessity is the
shit.
mother of invention. Right?
Because almost
There
everything is
isn't the
fucking
same
shit.
necessity on modern hardware for optimization and being careful with how you use your resources and using really clever. That's not needed anymore. You can just do things the way that everybody else does them, and use hundreds of gigabytes for your downloads and build use Unity or Unreal or what have you.
Yeah, you're just expected to
it
buy
doesn't matter
50,
because
70 or something just to run
yeah.
half of the shit. You're just expected to plunk down the money. Although, as far as computers go, the thing that turned me off console gaming was Steam. Because you only have to buy it on Steam once and then you own it for forever. As opposed to having to buy it on the console, the next console, again and again and fucking again.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong, I really like PC gaming. I think Valve is running their company the way that pretty much every company should be run.
Yes. Valve is a good company.
Valve is doing a lot of shit right.
There's that meme going around that it's society if it was run by Steam support, right?
Yeah, because
they do everything right.
Yeah, it's I was doing a road test for a couple games I bought on sale recently, and I had to return some of them because they just didn't fucking run. And no questions asked. I got my refund in 36 hours. I was initially worried, I didn't have a Steam account. Sorry.
And they keep implementing new policies for games that benefit consumers, benefit players, people buying games. They recently banned games on Steam from showing ads.
Oh, that is fun. Imagine buying a fucking game and then getting ads in. Because I think...
Yeah.
Choco, if you're listening, Choco, maybe you know more about this. Street Fighter 5. Didn't they do that? Where, you had, Pro Tour or something, you had advertisements in it? Characters would have advertisements on their outfits or something. Just ads, right? The game you fucking bought. Yeah. I think it was Street Fighter 5.
That sounds legit horrible.
Yeah.
Or, they started putting warnings on games that are in early access if they haven't had updates in a certain amount of time.
That's good too. Because you got games that are in early access for years.
I haven't seen that. Games that are in early access.
Yeah, thank you, Choco. Yeah, Street Fighter 5 had costumes for that.
And the thing is, doing that, if you think of it in terms of any other business, they'd look at that and be like, oh, that's costing us money. Why are we warning people about something when if they buy it, then we get money out of it? But the thing is, Valve is smart because they know that it makes a marketplace that is more enjoyable to engage with. And it makes it a better place because you come to play games for entertainment, to enjoy yourself. And if you come out of it with frustration, then it's counterproductive. And here's the thing, you have to buy food. You have to buy so many other necessities in life. Right. You don't have to buy games. It's entertainment. It's a luxury. like, you don't have to participate. Like, if you don't like a game, if all of the games that come out are games that you don't like, you don't have to buy any of them. Like, you're not in a position where you have to buy anything. So, the fact that they're making the marketplace a better place to engage with, in the end, ultimately nets them more money.
Yeah.
Because you come back and you buy more games.
And they also, like, even though I don't think that maybe they're as big a competition, at least there is some competition there with Epic and GOG and all. Like, they know people could go somewhere else.
Okay, maybe GOG, but Epic is running their company like every other company where they're completely short-sighted and they take every bit of money that they can get.
Yeah.
And
they do eventually give like the
I'd
free
be happy
game
to see them
away.
fail on that strategy.
Well, isn't Epic the Fortnite thing? Like, you need that
I
to
would
get
be
Fortnite?
happy to see that strategy blow up in their face. And I am happy to give my support to Valve for the things that they're doing.
Or GOG. I like GOG.
It's a good thing. Or GOG.
So
GOG is also good. You know?
Because GOG, you actually own the executable, and it gives you the what's it called?
Yeah.
Well, wasn't there a rule, like, I think it was California, I'm not sure, where they ruled that now there's some kind of language you have to put in about how when you buy something, you don't actually own the game, you just own, like, a license or something. Like they had to add kind of technical.
Oh yeah, if it's a live service game.
But Choco brings up a good point. Part of it's greed, but the other part of it is how modern game dev is built on a house of cards and it's unsustainable. We've seen a lot of that.
Yeah.
Like, what was it? Marvel Rivals. Like I read the news recently. Marvel Rivals, like one of the biggest fucking games right now, had to fire a whole bunch of people. Even they're fucking red hot right now.
I do think that I think indie games are holding up the industry.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
think AAA games are just completely in shambles. Because every AAA games company is doing exactly what I described earlier about Epic. Like they're going for every short-sighted dollar, cutting every corner, making it not fun.
And the relentless monetization too.
Entertainment.
Fucking all the DLC and all the other shit you have to buy.
If you make it not fun, then why would I play it?
They're literally fucking games, man.
Why would I spend money on it? Why would I throw $60 at something that's going to make my life worse?
Nicola, it's not $60 anymore. It's $70. That's the new price point.
Base price.
Oh my god.
Not counting the season passes or the battle passes or the day one DLC.
And the DLC.
You're paying over $120 fucking dollars.
I could spend.
That was the whole point.
I could pay out the ass for all of that, and then get
a shit product.
I know you told me not to bring up politics, but like, there's that, right? And like, I don't want, alternatively, I could play Minecraft.
Yeah. I could spend
which I already own.
$5 on an indie game.
I could play Hollow Knight.
That's fun and interesting.
Yeah,
I go to the bathroom again.
I could go play a game about digging a hole for $5. The price point
Make sure
is $5.
Make sure to mute yourself on your end because we still got the Discord going.
It's $5.
And even less than that, because there are so many fucking deals. Like every other month, it seems like there's ridiculous fucking deals, and I have to buy another Steam card, like another $50 card.
To say nothing of the rumor that GTA 6 will have
MSP of 100. Jesus.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Well,
fucking
you know
Christ. Why?
the GTA games are rather big and expansive, but $100. So, but then you look at what? Well, the example I keep using is the game that saved my channel, Fire Pro Wrestling World, wrestling game. It had like hundreds of dollars worth of DLC, and it had a create a character suite, and so like a community create a characters thing workshop. But you can't use the character unless it has you've purchased the DLC for it. So if you buy everything at base level so you can use everything, it was like $250. The only reason I was able to get everything was because I picked it up when it was like 85% off. It just gets fucking absurd. Yes, I made a fuck ton of money from. Yeah,
Not worth it.
yeah, I read that. Like
Not
GTA,
worth it.
GTA 5 made the most money of any entertainment product ever. Any movie, any TV show, any fucking game, anything ever. GTA 5 made the most money. That and the GTA Online. Yeah, people are not cost. Yeah, with the graphics and everything. I understand it gets more expensive, costs more to make. But holy shit.
Well, the thing is, there's so much involved in making a game.
Welcome back.
You think it's like, oh yeah, programming. The thing is, everything has to be programmed. Like, you have programming for the camera, you have programming for, like, the individual movements. Like, you have programming for the UI, you have programming for the, like,
The bugs.
any systems interactions, the systems themselves. There's all the underlying infrastructure of organization that has to be programmed that doesn't even make it, like, you don't see it in the gameplay, but it has to be there for everything else to fit into the game. You know, like, you have the libraries, you have the audio, you have the, like, shaders, you have, there's
Textures.
so much to it. Like, the textures and just loading things in.
Right, but Choco brings up a good point. A lot of it is going CEOs and advertising rather than the actual devs themselves. Plus, people working themselves to death on fucking crunch just to get the stuff
Yeah.
out by the deadlines.
Well, and then they bring people in for, like, consulting. That's, like, not even.
Oh
relevant
yeah,
to
the
gameplay.
consulters. I hate those people. Oh dear God.
Yeah.
It's
But
just
I-
fucking
Or
crazy.
like business people, or and like most of the budget that's allocated to a game is going to go towards advertising too.
I wonder why of advertising in general.
Well, it's because it's because the advertising has the return on investment, because you don't buy a game if you don't know about it, and
Well, it's a form of propaganda at some
just
point.
in terms of money,
Because, like,
just in terms of money, if you allocate like 90% to advertising and 10% to the game itself versus 50% to the game and 50% to advertising, the one that's 90-10 is going to make more money.
yeah, because, like, with advertising, too, it's saturation. Like, you see the thing everywhere. You keep hearing about it again and again. Eventually, it's going to drill into your head that you fucking need it. That's why the Minion movies are so popular as they are. Those dumb little yellow shits. It's not because the movies are any good. It's because of the advertising. And you fucking see them everywhere. It's a form of propaganda
Yeah.
at some point.
You could have
Kinda.
a garbage
It
game.
is kind of.
If you
propaganda,
advertise
isn't
it well, it'll make way more money.
I don't know one that did. Like a garbage game that made.
Literally.
Oh wait,
popcorn.
no, wait. There was Duke, the new word Duke Nukem.
Duke Nukem Forever.
Yeah, Duke Nukem Forever, and then there was Star Citizen.
Concord.
The real difference between indie game budgets and AAA game budgets is advertising.
Right. You know, these days it's easier to get like free or relatively cheaper advertising because of the rise of streaming and streamers and VTubers and shit. Because like, if you just get a viral game, get a few people to play it, get it hot, then everyone's gonna want to fucking play it. Like, what's the new one that like Malone bought recently about holes? Digging a hole.
Oh yeah, the game about holes.
Like, I never fucking heard of that game until everyone started streaming it. Never started playing.
Yeah,
if you can start a narrative of, like, indie games benefit huge off of the narrative of indie games versus AAA games. And you see that with a game about a hole where it's like you have this meme going around where it's like, oh yeah, all these AAA games companies are spending all this money and like making nothing, and then here's this random indie game about digging a hole and it makes all much money.
Yeah. Plus, like with Kickstarter and everything, it's great where you're gonna feel more emotionally invested if you actually put some money into the game itself. You can kind of help affect the outcome.
It's like, haha, I
As long as it's fucking
go.
legitimate.
I saw Edit play the Dig the Hole game, and I was just sitting there like,
I did buy it. I wanna play it yet.
It looks fun. It does look fun. And I'm just sitting there like, okay, that looks fun. And then all of a sudden, now that I'm looking at it, I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm starting to see a lot more people play it. And then I'm starting to see a lot more people play it. And then I'm starting to see the big people play it.
Well, that's how it starts. It's like the mouthwash game too. Like,
yeah, mouthwashing.
Like, my family, they're not big gamers, but even they checked out mouthwashing. Like, I had to tell them how to get past one of the shooting parts because they were stuck on the story, and I was told, hey,
oh yeah,
there's fucking things in this game that.
But the thing about relying on streamers is that your game has to be a good stream game, and there's a big difference between what makes for a good stream game and what makes for a good casual game.
Okay.
Because there are moments where it's like you feel it in the gameplay that it's engaging, but it's not necessarily engaging on stream.
Right.
Or there's the inverse where there's things that look really, really flashy and it's like, whoa, what just happened? But then, like, you play it yourself and you're like, oh, this just happens every 10 minutes and it's...
Like the fucking dopamine rush games, like...
Yeah.
Like the Candy Crush and everything.
Don't get me wrong, there's a lot of overlap, but... Like different game requires, like, 200 hours to get into it.
Oh, Jesus.
Like some kind of, I don't know, like an RPG or something.
Okay.
Or like endless, ceaseless
That's
grind.
not always gonna make for the best stream, because a lot of streamers tend to stream for like 2 to 3 hours, and a lot of the time they don't want to do like a multi-part series, because the thing with a multi-part series is you get a whole bunch of people
on the beginning,
the first one,
then they fall off,
and then
they fall off, then they fall off.
Like, nobody's gonna randomly click on a part 3 of a 3-part series, right? You only watch the third one if you watch the other 2 first.
Yeah.
And people are gonna fall off, right? Like, if you watch the part 1, what are the chances you're gonna watch part 2? Maybe 50%. What are the chances you watch part 3? Maybe another 50%. So you gradually lose people over a multi-part series.
Yeah, you begin to lose people over the course of time, or someone will miss like part 2, and they're like, "Oh crap, part 3's out." I don't have. I want to watch part 3, but I have not watched part 2. So which means I have to go look at the VOD to go to part 2, but that means I'm missing out on the
So-
live part 3. So now I'm fucked.
So the thing is, for a casual gamer, a really long game means more content and it's more value for your money, right? But for a streamer, the ideal game is like a 2 to 3 hour game.
Like Balatro. Like, I haven't played Balatro yet, but that's hit the nail on the fucking head. As far as all those, like, it's relatively
Like,
simple. You get the
you
dopamine
want
rush with the sound and
something-
everything.
You want something that you can start and wrap up within a few hours and just have it be a self-contained thing. And if you want to do like multiple streams of it, you want it to be like each stream of it to be their own self-contained thing. Like you don't want it so that people who come in like 3 streams down the line need to know something about what happened.
You're kind of
mean,
describing
yeah.
what is it called? Roguelikes.
Yeah.
I played
No, but like that's why Noita is a popular string game.
Is it?
Because it is still a pretty popular string game. And the reason is because a Noita run, depending on how you do it, it's only gonna be a few hours. But then also you have all of these just crazy, fantastic ways to die that make for really good clips.
Right.
That's one way of selling it. It's just like, oh, you have all these ways to die. Congratulations.
Also,
And
another,
like all of these crazy interactions.
I know another one of those that
And then also a lot of things to talk about with string tap. Where like they know little details that you're not gonna know. And it's like, oh, that's helpful, thanks guys. And so there's like a lot of back and forth. If you have people that show up that know the game really well.
You okay, Malone?
Ah.
Having fun up there?
I am testing out while we're talking. I'm seeing what I can do with the model.
That's cool. My man's exploring the space. That's cool.
I am exploring all the spaces. I'm also making faces. I was like, when you saw me like doing ooh or ah. Or
We know what
ooh.
we know what you're doing with those faces. But yeah. Yeah, you'll notice I'm not as expressive as either of them. To try to save bandwidth, I'm using something called VMagic Mirror, and it actually moves me based on my microphone. So whenever I talk, it moves me a little bit, and my head follows the mouse. So there's no actual camera involved. Plus, I'm dead fucking roadkill, so that actually plays into the role.
Oh, you
Does that?
mentioned a little while ago. Also, workplace culture that doesn't shoot down bad ideas for the sake of feelings.
Yeah, I'm willing to be more
Yeah,
experimental.
that's a big.
I missed these.
And also, there's the idea of too many cooks in the kitchen, right? Where you have like a lot of bike shedding.
Yeah,
where people
you
are
pass it from
like,
one studio to the
there's-
next, or one development team to the next, to the
There's
next. to the next.
design by committee where somebody will have some like crazy idea and it'll get shot down by everybody else. But like, if it was done in like a 1 or 2 man team, you can do whatever crazy idea you want. So like the
Triple A
you know,
sphere.
it's something that might be a little bit edgy or maybe
A little bit raunchy,
Yeah.
or a little bit naughty.
yeah,
The
or-
Triple A sphere, it's like
or
it-
just a little bit weird, you know? Like if you do something that's weird, you're gonna have the committee is gonna be like, no, that's weird. We don't want to do that. We want to do something that's gonna work. We want to do something that's gonna.
Yeah, you do the
that's
same,
safe,
right?
right?
Yeah, like sports ball. All the sports
So
ball.
then
teams.
they end up just
Yeah, so then they just make the same
or
game
Call
over
of
and over.
Duty,
Because
Mark.
they can't
What is
do
it, 10?
anything that's different.
What is Call of Duty on nowadays?
But the indie developers, they can just do whatever the fuck they want to do.
But the risk is higher if we're experimenting like that.
And they don't have the money.
Yeah.
They don't have the resources, and they don't have the manpower behind it.
Well, it reminds me of.
But the thing is, the development culture in Japan is a little bit different, because instead of having like these committees and everybody has their own input, what you have is like the lead developer has their own vision. Like it's more like one person has total control over the project, and then they have everybody else is essentially working to like create their vision. So you have a much more like unified direction. And if that one particular individual person has some crazy idea, then everybody else has to do it. Like that's just
Right.
the way it is.
It reminds me of, I forget who told the story. I think it was James Stephanie Sterling. But talking about back in the day about testing tomato sauces, pasta sauces, where it just had the normal kind of smooth, creamy ones. And they went ahead and tested out a chunky type of pasta sauce. And they thought it wasn't going to fly because nobody had ever done it before. They wanted to play it safe. But when they tested it out, everyone fucking loved it, and they started being a regular thing. It's like, and that's why I love the innovation in the indie game sphere, because you get that, you get products that you didn't think there would be a market for, but you find out people didn't even know they wanted it, and they fucking love it. But I get pissed off by seeing all the fucking sequels in the AAA sphere. I like seeing new things. I like seeing something different. As much as I love seeing my old favorites come back, I love seeing something new and experiment with something different.
Yeah.
I agree.
And that's one of the things I love about
always good.
flavor too, is that we just do so many different fucking things. You can be experimental. You're not fucking HoloLive. You don't have to be a fucking. You could be an idol if you want to, but you don't fucking have to. And I feel like maybe HoloLive might have poisoned the well a little bit for idols, making a lot of people think that VTubing has to be idols, making them so much fucking.
I think HoloLive is pretty good.
I like HoloLive.
Yeah, HoloLive,
I do.
HoloLive is
Yeah.
good, but it's like people think that HoloLive, if you want to be a YouTuber, you have to be HoloLive. But now stuff like with Shoujo and Face Connect and Flavor, there are just so many other options out there. It's so much types of content you can do.
The thing is that there is, I mean, there used to be only HoloLive and Niji Sanji,
Right.
and then Niji Sanji kind of shot themselves in the foot,
Repeatedly.
then proceeded to shoot
Over
themselves in
and
the yacht.
over and over and
Yeah.
over and over.
It's like
they're not learning. They're just not learning.
it's like, damn, son, how many times can you sit on your own balls before you learn?
How many times do we need to teach you this lesson, old man?
Like,
Yes, it's literally that.
like I was checking Twitter earlier, posting the link, and one of the things that came up under recommended was Scarl, and I'm like, oh dear God, did she just fucking
yeah, Scarlet.
retire?
Oh, yeah.
And then I had to click it. No, she's just like having a birthday. But you get in that mindset. You hear Nietzsche, and you're like, oh fuck, what did they do now?
I
She's
think
one of the good Nijis.
yeah, she's like one of the
Yeah.
few good ninjas.
I know her, and like I know Rosemi still has a pretty big fan base.
Yeah, Rosemi is. I think some of them
The thing
are,
is,
are like
I think
weird.
I think pretty much all of the like actually good Nijis are like the fans are like, please graduate so we can support you.
Yeah,
support
yeah.
the company.
It's fucking ironic everyone wants their oshis to get into Hololive or out of Nijisanji. And I think that says a fucking lot. Like, didn't Cover recently overtake Any Color for the first time, like, ever?
Yes.
In profits?
They've been taking over Any Color for a while now. It was
Could you imagine?
I think it was last
Could
year.
you imagine Twisty in Phase Connect?
Who's Twisty?
Twisty and Face Connect would actually
Yeah.
work because she has that she has that same kind of comedy style. So Twisty and Face Connect would work. I don't know why she didn't apply to Face Connect. Well, no. Maybe Face Connect wasn't hiring at the time,
Well,
and then she went
from
to.
what I understand, she wanted to go to Niji because Selen and Pomu were there, and then
Oh,
both of them graduated.
wait! I thought that was Bright Shield. That did
Was
that.
it Bright Shield? I thought
Yeah, I
it was,
think
I
I
thought it was
could.
Twisty.
I-
I could be mistaken.
Twisty was the somewhat edgy one. That was like Niji
Yeah.
Sanji's Pippa. But it was
Yeah.
Bright Shield that liked Selen and Pomu. And then as soon as she joined, because she wanted to be with her oshis, they went out. And then she was kind of just there.
Yeah, she was not.
Well,
That whole
shit,
gen was
I'm
not
stuck
long
with
for
a
this world.
contract now.
Yep. Or you could just like say some horrible shit and like get kicked out of your contract or something. Claim that you're sponsored by
That's
these
not how.
nuts.
That you have to also remember that these are Japanese companies. All they would do is just not contract you. So you would sit there and just like yeah, you're prohibited from streaming. Like, well, fuck. And all you did was like you dropped a slur or whatever, and now that's gonna follow you. Or like you shot. You're basically shooting yourself in the foot, kind of expecting that to cut the ties of Nijisanji. Whereas Nijisanji is a Japanese company to where like if they want to get rid of you, they'll just like toss you aside or put you in like a small little division where you don't matter at all. And then they'll just
You know
they'll
what's
keep you there.
funny? I heard their hiring decision on whether they choose someone on their auditions or not. Basically, entirely based on numbers.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them
I wouldn't be
because
surprised.
they want the extra like the fresh
It's
bodies.
it's like, do you have 100,000 subscribers or whatever?
Yeah.
Well, they got.
It's like it doesn't matter if you have chemistry. It doesn't matter if you're like drama. If you're like a terrible person to work with. It doesn't matter. You know
If you had like past drama.
what kind of person
Like
you
Fox.
are. If you reflect company values. No, you just have.
Yeah,
need
as
numbers.
long as you
That's
bring
it.
the numbers, you're good. Like you bring the big numbers, you're good.
Yeah, I know.
If you can keep the big numbers, you're even better.
Well,
Because that way you funnel all the money to Nijisanji.
Nijisanji like is so fucked up. They have like 200 streamers or something.
Mm.
That's the only way you like be able to stand out. Me and him already having that built-in fan base that you can bring to the product. Because the fans know
Yeah.
who you are. Like most people
Because-
don't talk about past lives in public, but we know who he is.
I gotta be honest. If I had the numbers, I would, just so that I could like sabotage them from the inside.
I don't think that's.
I like how you're saying that on tape, so to speak. Like,
Yeah.
go ahead,
And I will stand behind that.
go ahead and lean a little
You
closer
can-
to the microphones.
You can
So
clip that. You can put me. You can. You know what? Clip it. Put it on Twitter. I don't care. I will stand.
you don't care because
behind
you don't have a
the
fucking
word.
Twitter though. You don't have a
That is
fucking
also
Twitter.
true.
Yeah, what do you
Nicola
get?
has no
I think I
footprint.
want to do a stream joining Twitter though.
Yeah,
I think I do want to do a stream joining Twitter.
Well, we got
There's
even.
this-
Well, I
there's
would
so
be
much
I would be
privacy now.
careful about that though, because doesn't Twitter also like sometimes show you recommendations based on like your geographic location?
I
So you
don't know
might want to at
about
least
that.
get
Yeah,
like
I
a
don't know.
VPN going or something.
I know it filters it based
I
off
think
of.
I might just have to like unhide the stream
Yeah.
at certain points and be like really careful about what I actually chill on stream.
But hey, Sela, welcome back. But yeah, I'm so paranoid about that. Unless I'm actually doing a stream that where it's mandatory, I show the browser. I don't even show my fucking desktop. I just keep adding things. Because like Malone's gotten in trouble with that before.
My Twitter knows me.
I'm not gonna show that.
Your Twitter knows that you like
It's titties.
yeah,
Malone,
you
Malone,
like the booba.
Malone posted titties. And,
I also I am also a man of culture.
Yeah. Have you seen the new the Horizon Walker?
No?
no.
You haven't seen Horizon Walker? Oh, it is. It is a
What's Horizon Walker?
it is a South Korean gacha game to a degree, and it's like
Oh.
super duper
And that is
lewd.
the thing though, I never got into gacha because money.
Oh,
like,
you can go.
I think it's
Yeah.
gacha games are like
if you have a
it's
gambling
like
problem,
they will drain you down to skin and bones, but like financially.
that's only if you have a if you actually have a gambling problem. If you actually do have like some degree of self control, you're good.
You'll get a fucking gambling problem.
I don't, but I just don't like that kind of thing.
No. Okay.
I did want to weigh in quickly
Like
though.
we said, like games are for entertainment, and
A lot of these
like,
live services, yeah, just end up becoming a
Just-
fucking job.
like I don't like being bothered for money, you know?
Okay.
I don't like it when it like pops up and asks you, "Oh, you should buy this blah 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 blah."
Okay. Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
like,
Okay.
You
I
are
got
out
you
of
then.
stamina. Would you like to buy more stamina? No, I'm done fucking.
They're not that bad anymore. They're literally not that bad anymore. They used to be that bad, but they're not that bad anymore, because most of them just want you.
and it's like even when I was at my last job and I had the money to pay for things like that, like why would I? Like it's not enjoyable.
Jesus Christ, Malone. I'm not fucking showing that. Not fucking showing that, Malone. Jesus Christ, Malone.
It literally shows like full frontal nudity. It shows it all. It shows it all.
Well, I do need to weigh on the debate.
That is something that I will appreciate, is that a lot of those games have some really great animators.
Yes. They
And, like-
go all in on the animation. They go all in on the character. Like
What is it? I saw this post that they had this like absurdly good. I forget what game it was, but they had this absurdly good inverse kinematics for stairs. Where,
Yes.
like, yeah. Do you remember
Like-
what game that was?
maybe Azure Lane.
It was one of the gotcha games, I want to say. But like they were doing like attack animations down the stairs, and like their feet would actually follow it.
Maybe it wasn't Azure Lane, because Azure Lane is something else. Oh.
Yeah, Zerling's the one.
Which is like some really, really impressive programming.
Yeah, but they pay attention to so much little detail that it's just like they are on another level.
Like to be able to have accurate IK
through an attack animation. Like, that's kind of absurd.
Yes, that's why I've been like I like gacha, because it's like the gachas are getting to the point where like they are more obsessed with the details and like the small little details than any other game in the industry.
Yeah.
And they are
But,
whooping
you know,
Triple
like,
A's ass.
It was some of the fucking practices.
and the reason is because they have the budget to do it.
Right. Thanks to Tencent.
Kinda yes and
things
no.
like that.
So
Because it is like the microtransactions taken to the extreme. Like, it is
not as
like
much as you think.
if you took the average, like, I'm talking average, like mean. If you took the average payment spent on gacha and put it like as an upfront cost, you would be way more than AAA games.
Because that's why so many gachas are free initially. Because you plunk down the money for those rules and shit. Although Malone has figured out a system, right? Like, you don't actually spend money on
You have
gachas.
people that throw hundreds of, like, you have people who throw thousands of dollars at these games.
Yes, that is true. Like, you have those people that
And, like,
the whales and the dolphins.
Like, you'll never have that for, like, a fixed price game.
No, you will.
Yeah, you will.
You
will for the
Overwatch was a fixed price
2K
game.
games. The 2K games are really fucking bad
yes.
with that shit now. With the cards you
And
have to
all-
get for the bag basketball thing in like season and the super, where
And
you have to
all
buy
of the,
fucking in-game cards for the in-game shit. 2K is really bad about it.
all the sports games. Call
Yeah.
of Duty is now going that way.
I don't like
with
any of that
skins.
shit.
Fortnite.
I don't like that.
Fortnite was like that until they went free to play. Because you had to buy
I'm
into
not a fan.
Fortnite.
But, like, that's what makes money for studios, just because
Oh,
stupid
and-
people are stupid and they'll
yes,
spend
and
stupid
then
amounts of money.
then there was the Assassin's Creed games, which did this, and then there was the Dead Space 3, I believe, which also did that. So
But
it's
I don't
pretty
like
much,
playing games like that.
yeah, but yeah, that's the modern gaming sphere. Unless you're playing an indie game, you're buying into that bullshit anyway. Except the only difference being is that gachas are free, and you're paying $70 to have gambling put into your game.
So you might not even get what you're fucking.
I want to play games that are like a really good value.
Right.
Where it's like if you spend a little bit of money on it, it'll go a long ways. And that's a philosophy that I bring to a lot of things. Like, why I prefer cast iron pans is because it's a much better value than the Teflon coated pans. You know, like why I prefer like the older ThinkPads, even though they're like kind of obsolete, is because they built those computers like a rock. You know, they don't break, whereas like newer computers, they fall apart after a couple of years, and it's annoying. And like I don't like it when things fall apart. Like I want if I spend money on something, I want it to work. If I spend money on a game, I want to be able to play it for a long time. I want to get my money's worth out of the games that I play.
Yeah, I mean.
And so if there's a game that keeps asking for even more money, that's way worse.
Yeah.
Nicola, but what if you buy something and it explodes?
Oh my
What?
God. Well,
Fuck does that have to do with video games, dude?
Because
okay, so then you're getting
What
your money's
exploding
worth
video
out.
games are you fucking buying, dude?
Not video games, but like fireworks, right?
yeah, like fireworks,
Or
sometimes GPUs
Can write pipe
G-
bombs.
GPUs can explode.
Well, hey, thanks for stopping by, Sensoka. We were talking about you. Hey, Sensoka, you heard what he's doing. He's working on a
A
fucking...
little bit of black pipe and some
No,
fertilizer.
no, fucking... The Amanda Splatts Project does not approve of whatever you're trying to fucking say. Jesus Christ.
You can also you can also cook gasoline.
I muted Discord audio, by the way. I muted your Discord audio so you two can fucking behave. Now I know why you didn't want me to stream this shit on your channel.
Your channel thing. Otherwise, I mean that.
Okay,
Let's put it this way. I have said before that people should neck themselves.
No.
So Nitro.
I wanted to talk about Sensoka's making a pinball table for flavor.
Right.
Now you're gonna get this fucking.
Oh,
stream
that
put on
sounds
the watch
cool.
list.
I have a friend that makes pinball tables, and he goes through the entire what's it called? The entire process.
Nicola had
and now Nicola's been muffled.
Nicola had to step up.
And what was it? Nitric acid?
I like my dangerous things.
You are a fucking dangerous thing.
But
Did you mute me again?
No. I just
we're
fucking
VTubers. We kind of are just like that reaction. If we weren't like the little nut jobs, the cute little nut job gremlin goblin things, we wouldn't be here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's a great
So
thing.
in reality, like saying that, you know, the entire group in Ubisoft deserve the worst. They deserve to be strapped to a hanging tree. I hate Ubisoft. I hate Ubisoft so much. I hate Ubisoft
Now you're
so much.
Now you know why it's been 4.5 months since we did one of these fucking things.
I hate Ubisoft. I hate Ubisoft
Well,
so much.
Yeah, didn't they like delay the new Assassin's Creed Japan game again?
They deleted it because it started getting memed on, and the Japanese were not having any of it. So what ended up happening? Yeah, they got oh.
You do know I can edit out the fucking stream when we're done, right? I don't have a life outside of streaming. I'll take the time to fucking do it. What the fuck? Usually I'm saying what the fuck Malone, but what the fuck Nico?
That
What the fuck Malone? That one was just for good measure. In case I missed something.
Well, I think you missed plenty.
I usually do.
Oh God! Oh.
Instant karma! Instant fucking karma, Malone! You get what you deserve, man.
That's just my what's
That's
it called?
just God kicking you in the nuts, is what it is.
That is not God. That is not God. That is phone doing stupid phone things.
We do a little trolling.
We do a little trolling. You know what's funny? I wanted to buy or download the Anarchist Cookbook and just make stuff.
I heard
Like,
some of the recipes in there are not all that accurate.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
There's another book I would recommend though.
I would like. Okay. Good.
It was oh, what was it called? It was
I want to do like backyard chemistry. I want to do like all the
yeah,
backyard.
Burn down your fucking backyard.
it was
I mean,
just as long as it's your backyard and no one else's.
well, what
it's
my
let
backyard is
me
connected to another person's backyard.
let me it's this book.
Ooh.
This book.
Oh.
We're doing foogies. Every future collab, we're doing the fucking foogies. What the shit? Like I'm not even close to being monetized, and y'all are gonna get me fucking dead. Jesus fucking Christ!
You're not gonna get nuked, Splatts. You're not gonna get nuked. I can guarantee you. I have said worse, and I have shown worse. I have not been nuked.
You've shown your titties on stream, Malone. We know you've shown.
I have.
And I do feel like I need to follow up on something y'all said earlier, though, about how y'all were in
Can you tell why Pip goes by Oshi?
Yes.
Maybe.
But what I was saying, following up on something, I felt a little bit attacked. Y'all were talking about how big titties is justice. I've never felt that way. Like, I've never been a fan of big titties because they just distract from the most attractive part of a woman, her pecs.
Oh, I like them.
Like
I like 'em.
for instance, like this picture right here. Every single time I try to do a uniform, a military uniform, this was for the Secret Hitler. So many of them came out topless. I don't know why.
I know fucking why. It's the source material I have to work with.
What do you with your proms?
Say again?
By the way, I
Where do you
started
find so much
using
fucking
some
Hitler
other
porn,
models
Malone? I'm starting to worry about you. I'm not showing that shit on stream, but there's a fucking topless Malone. Looks like M. Bison.
That is not in Bison.
I'm saying it's M. Bison because I don't want to get fucking gay.
Karna, I figured out some settings to get the like some of the pony models to work a little bit better.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, I've actually heard about that. Like I still use Bing Create, but I heard a lot more people are using like Pony Diffusion or something, other than Stable Diffusion.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pony Diffusion is a good one. I heard Illustrious is pretty good, but I have not experimented with Illustrious at all.
I think the one I use is I've been using a lot lately is like a merge between Illustrious and Pony.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't.
Or are you just doing like a checkpoint merge?
Or no, it's Prefect and Pony.
Oh, okay.
But I also have Illustrious downloaded as well. But I found out that you need to change the quality tags quite a bit because the tags that they used for the training data for that were quite a bit different.
Okay.
In terms of my quality. So I had to change up the quality tags quite a bit to get it to turn out good.
Oh, okay.
And then also, for some reason, these models prefer a much lower CFG scale. Like the other one that I was using, the what was it?
Anima
Blue pencil.
Oh, okay.
Blue pencil and anima pencil. Yeah, the anima pencil one that I showed you.
Yeah.
That one there's like a CFT of around 7, and that was what I was going with initially for like the pony models.
Okay.
But then I was like looking at some of the ones, some of the images that other people had that generated that were like really good with the pony models. They had the CFG all the way down at like 3 or 4.
Huh.
So and usually when you have the CFG too high, it'll kind of get low out and not look as good.
Okay.
And so like turning it down to where I guess where it ought to be, ended up producing a lot better results for me.
Well, that's one of the
So
things.
if you're having some trouble with that, try turning that down.
Well, yeah, that's one of the
Okay.
things with the AI. You just gotta keep experimenting. You gotta keep practicing. And even if you get
But
something
then
right, it
also,
just might
like,
be a
looking
bad
at
gem.
but also like looking at the things that other people are doing.
Oh.
Um,
Yeah, 'cause I usually do that for like when I experiment with different like aspect ratios and whatnot. But
I've also heard that a lot of people are using like custom workflows and this other tool, I forget what it was called, but it's more of an involved tool that's especially useful for like some of the animation stuff, I guess.
oh, okay.
Apparently. I haven't messed with it much yet, but it's kind of on my list of things to figure out yet.
Yeah,
I
y'all are
there was
y'all are fucking light years ahead of me on that. I'm still using Babiniku. I'm still getting good results with that.
Yeah, I gotta be honest, I'm not a huge fan of it.
being used to be good.
But I found it like kind of looks like they kind of lowered the guardrails. So like I'm actually able to get a little bit more freedom. Like it's always fucking good. Like I have a couple of different like not Twitter but Discord servers that actually have them for
Well,
free.
I think it was Comfy UI was the one with the like custom workflows that I was looking at that I need to figure out.
Yeah, I just didn't like figure a lot of shit out, but being so far, like I showed you, it's been giving me the stuff that I was looking for, like with the 90s aesthetic and everything. I haven't seen a whole bunch of.
You
roles
really
that
like
kind
your
of-
muscles.
Me?
If Malone's gonna post
Amanda.
Malone's gonna post what he's into, I'm gonna fucking post what I'm into.
Oh.
This is my fucking stream. Okay,
The
it
only
takes all
difference being
kinds
is
of
that-
stuff.
I guess I ought to post what I like, which
Watch, it'll be a picture of the Linux penguin.
oh hold on, I need to start it up again.
You know what's funny? You know what? Because you're not showing it. I can actually show it now. Because I couldn't show it online. Because it's literally porn. But someone made porn of me.
Porn.
I'm nuking this channel after the So go ahead and post it. As long as it's not gonna get me fucking banned or some shit.
Here, there. Someone made this of me.
That's
And
kinda-
the only reason why I think it's like is it's got the witch's hat. It's got the what's it called? The witch's
got the
outfit.
orange hair,
Yeah, and the orange hair.
and you're fully clothed, and yet you're
Well, to a
still
degree.
fucking.
the was only the one. It was only the one. But I am still happy I got it because it's still being like art of me.
Yeah.
Oh, that one is good.
Oh, nice.
That one is good of me.
You know what that reminds me of? If you remember the old game Golden Axe, Tyra's Flare, the Amazon
Oh
woman.
right.
That's that bikini right there, white with the red. Don't worry, I'm not going to show any of the shit. But yeah, that's the outfit that she wears, like right down to the color scheme.
I think if you did,
I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna delete that.
Too late, I already saved it. But yeah, it's that's the freedom of choice, of the freedom and fucking flavor. You do what you fucking want within reason, within like legal. Don't get fucking white van, fucking reason.
white van.
You know the fucking vans where they have the recording equipment and the dude's sitting out there like. You got your phone tapped, know what you're gonna do, because sooner or later you have your whole crew. All we need now is the right word or two.
Black vans.
I thought getting van was when they pull up in a van and they like pull you into it and then.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. With, like
the party
white van. Yeah, the party van. Because the black van is usually the one that's just like, oh, we're creeping up. We're like the feds or the CIA.
Spoiler alert:
FBI.
there is no party in that van. Like Mr. Six from the Six Flags card, he's not in that van. The Venga Boys.
Well,
in that
I mean,
van.
there's not a party for you, but there's a party in the CIA.
Weird Al. Much respect to Weird Al. Yeah.
So it's a party for someone, just not for you, because you got abducted.
I find that people these days have radically different ideas of what a fucking party is. It can be a little disturbing, like especially if it's like they fucking party hard.
I mean, you're not wrong. Ever since I watched the one documentary about rainforest, furries party in an entirely different way.
Oh God, no.
I don't like the fact that I know what a fur pile is. I don't like that. That's part of my life now.
Get like their parties. Close hotels. They close hotels and they do a whole bunch of messed up shit.
Yeah.
and you might think, oh, they're just like rocking really hard. No.
Well, they may not be rocking, but Nicola, how do you know about the fucking furry parties? What are you holding out on us?
YouTube videos.
Oh, that makes sense.
I am not a furry.
You don't have to be.
I've just seen. I just watch a lot of documentaries about everything.
Oh yeah, me too. Like,
I watched that one documentary and I'm like, wow. So that happened. That was a thing.
There it is.
And you're like,
like that one Adventure Time character. I have approximate knowledge of many things.
Yeah. But it's great with like the content, like with the many documentaries and stuff. Like if no one's streaming, I'll just find something I like and get like a few of those 20-minute documentaries and just listen to them, like on wrestling topics and stuff. It's great that you're so clutch for choice these days. You don't even need a fucking television. There's so much out there free even that you can entertain yourself with.
But you could also entertain yourself by pirating anything that you like.
I didn't say
that's how.
I'm playing games.
That's how I saw. What was it called? Game
There's
Over.
a lot of good stuff on YouTube.
I forgot what it was called. It was like Game Over, or it was the video game version of all the short animated CG films. Someone suggested it to me, and I ended up watching it finally. And I liked a few of them. Some of them were a waste of time.
You're not talking about like Enter the Animatrix, right?
No. It was similar to that, but it wasn't. It was like it had Space Marine. It had it was basically like an overglorified like trailer for each game, because they had Spelunky, they had Space Marine, they had Keanu Reeves as
Johnny Silverhand.
a mech pilot.
Oh,
Keanu Reeves. It was
Nicola, you're phasing in and out of existence. Are you
Secret
okay?
Level. Secret Level. That's what it was called. It was called Secret Level.
Oh yeah, I heard about that.
I'm just messing around.
That's cool.
So yeah, I watched that, and I was fairly impressed with some of them because Secret Level. Secret Level.
Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel.
We are sharing the
Through
same
the
freaking.
mountain, the secret tunnel. Yeah.
I swear those.
But the
those fucking laughs. Those fucking laughs.
the Dungeons and Dragons was okay. Sifu was okay. It was kind of predictable. Oh right, they had the New World, that weird stupid like MMO based off of Spain and the New World, like Aztec stuff, and they had like Arnold Schwarzenegger play, well, Arnold Schwarzenegger, but a dumber version of him.
I didn't think that was possible.
It like
So Arnold Schwarzenegger.
yeah, so yes, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and then he kept dying to other people that were better than him, like a better warrior. So he just kept coming back. He's like, I'm back. And it was like that forever. Unreal Tournament was not bad. It led to like a robot revolution. Then you have Warhammer 40k.
There was Unreal Tournament. Yo, I want to play that at some point, but I need to figure out how to get it set up.
I think it's usually pretty
that's gonna be
cheap.
the hard part.
But like the classics of
no.
are usually pretty cheap.
The one that Nicola wants is the one that's no longer in production.
Oh.
So
What was it? Between
Between
Worlds?
Between Worlds.
Yeah, that one has. I love the aesthetic of that level.
Yes, it has a really good soundtrack. It has a really good aesthetic. And fun fact, they put Between Worlds in the Unreal Tournament secret level Zan episode.
Oh, Facing Worlds. Excuse me.
Facing Worlds.
Nick, sorry to interrupt. Nicola Sensoga says he's got the record for it.
Ooh, nice.
Thank you, Sensoga. You're a real fucking homie. Sensoga's a real fucking flavor supporter, man. He's a fucking homie. And he's so fucking good, too.
I don't remember how to make it multiplayer other than like a private server. There's probably some ways of doing it, but
yeah, I still need to figure out how to like actually get it running on Linux though too.
Oh yeah,
right.
Okay, yeah.
Sometimes I forget you. Sometimes I forget you're on Linux.
I always forget you're on Linux. I always forget.
Sometimes I forget what Linux is.
It just works. Like I plug it in and it just works. And if it doesn't work, all I do is just like change the settings.
The files? Okay, good.
And then
it might just run underline. I might need like a specific version or tweaks or whatnot. But I would like to play that.
I could probably.
I'd definitely play it with you because it's freaking Unreal Tournament.
There's that music. Foregone Destruction is like the soundtrack to the level. Facing Worlds, and it's like one of my favorite video game tracks ever.
Yeah, man, it's fucking.
I haven't played Unreal in God knows how long. Because
Amanda,
pull
that up.
that's how
you have it.
That's how Cliff Blazinski got his
I
start.
remember it running on Linux at some point. Okay.
Thank you, Sensei.
And they went from like Unreal that to Unreal everything else.
But then like the Unreal Tournament 2004,
The thing is,
whatever it
I'm
was.
honestly not much of an FPS player, though.
That's okay. We can fight with bots. 'Cause I know there was a way of adding bots. I forgot how.
I think the level facing world is more kind of designed to be played with bots too.
Yes, it is.
When
It
I
is because it's
saw
a
it
very,
in like videos.
it's a very unfair map
Right.
because it is all open. There's no cover. The only real cover that you really have is the fact that some of the areas are off, like they're on a slant. So the only person that can see beyond that slant is the sniper tower. So the sniper tower gets to see everything. And as long as you have like people manning your end, then theoretically speaking, the sniper can just go like crazy. Oh my God, Tribes 2. Oh, Tribes 2 was fun because Tribes 2, you could, it was, I think that was the first instance of vehicle combat in an FPS. So you could fly a troop carrier, you could fly a I don't think it was a jet. I think it was a combat copter of some kind. And then you get the tanks, and then you get a few other vehicles. But Tribes was fun. Tribes is like legit fun. There was another one, and I can't remember which it was, but it was like Mars or the moon. It was an old retro game. You would build a thing on the moon or Mars, and then you would get assaulted every now and again by weird alien robotic creatures. And Nikola is going pixel.
You okay, man? I know my laptop's a fucking potato, but I don't think it's that bad.
How do you do that, Nikola? How do you make yourself a pixel?
Pixel art filter
Oh, I don't have that.
in OBS.
Oh wait,
It's
you
in
can
OBS.
filter? Wait, you actually can? Filter, pixel, chroma key, pixel, sharpen scroll, Luma, render, scaling, aspect ratio. I don't see a pixel one.
Might
I
have
see
to download.
apps. I see chroma key. I see color correction, color key, crop pad, HDR tone, image mask, Luma key, render delay, scaling aspect ratio, scroll, and sharpen.
Here's what I've got: 3D effect, advanced mask, apply LUT, background removal, chroma key, color correction, color key, composite blur, crop pad, dedicated NDI output, direct watch media, dynamic delay, enhanced portrait, face tracker, freeze, glow, HDR tone mapping, override, image mask blend, Luma key, move action, move source, move value,
Jeez.
move transition, override, pixel art, RGB levels, recursion effect, render delay, replay filter, scale to sound, scaling, aspect ratio, scroll, shadow, sharpen, source record, stroke, time warp scan, user defined shader, vintage, and OBS NDI fix alpha blending.
Damn.
That user defined shader, that ought to be really useful. I should mess with that. I didn't realize
Maybe?
that was there, because that's kind of crazy, actually.
Oh, and PlanetSide 2. PlanetSide 2 was good. I don't remember it being as good as Tribes, but that could be nostalgia speaking. But I think PlanetSide 2 was good. Like, at least I remember having fun with it.
Yeah, no, I didn't play a lot of the
That's
FPS
sleepy.
games back in the day. Well, it's perfect time to get sleepy. I know
Was that a
where.
list of filters with that opening to Ein's fight versus Taltier?
Yeah, because we are kind of getting to the end. Like, I figured we'd like stop
I
around.
didn't watch that show.
Oh, it's good. It is good.
Demon Lord, right?
Yeah, Overlord.
Is it good?
It is actually good. Yes. I would give it a watch,
Overlord,
but
okay.
the problem that I have with Overlord
I think
is
Senna said Ainz was her husbando.
yeah, because he's basically just a dude that's bullshitting because he gets isekai'd into a world where he's the villain, right? He's like the big bad guy, and all of his people are big bad guys. So he has to like bullshit his way into making people think that he's the big bad guy. But a lot of them are like lawful evil-ish, but they do a lot of like messed up stuff. But you don't see Ainz do anything directly evil per se. Like he
Just
does
give
like
him
a
that
whole bunch
plausible
of things, like,
deniability.
yeah, it's a lot of plausible deniability.
So you
Like,
can back him as quote unquote hero.
Yeah, I forgot who. Oh crap, who it was? But one of the guys, I forgot whose name was.
I
but
like a little bit of evil.
He creates a breeding farm, so that way
Breeding. Yes.
yeah it's never shown, but it's hinted at because he uses it to make skin what is it called, like skin scrolls for magic. So he's like, well, I need the human skin. How do I do this? How do I do this effectively? And then they create the breeding pens. And so some of the
That's kinda
characters,
messed up.
it is messed up. Like, no, I'm not gonna spoil. I'm not gonna spoil it for you. I'm not gonna spoil it.
Because on that cheerful note,
Demiurge. Oh yes, yeah, Demiurge's happy farm.
on that cheerful note, I think we're gonna like. It's usually the time Malone wraps up. Go for 5 hours. I think
Oh
wrap
yeah,
things
like
up a little
it's
bit.
gone by fast, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's fucking like I know the last time we did this, I had to wrap it up early because I had a game.
Oh
on
right, you did.
And
I think we went to like
yeah,
6, maybe 7.
No, last time we went for like 3 hours, and then San Ruby ended up beating it in like 20 minutes. So I figured this was the time you usually stream anyway, 4 to 9. So plus,
we can still go if you want.
well, to be honest, I kind of planned that out because I do have work.
Oh, yeah, you're the one with the job.
I'm getting a little bit tired too.
Yeah, you're the one with the job.
Yeah, so,
But I would recommend.
I want to get something to eat.
yeah,
Oh yeah, food.
yeah, it's just,
Oh, but Nicola.
Yeah, it's kind of important when you're a human being to eat food.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
I try to be human.
But we're all human. I'm only human after all. Rotating.
But Overlord and Overlord and Yojo
Did you
Senki.
ever hear that? Did you ever hear the AI cover of that with the Austrian painter?
No.
I
think it's really good, but also it's kind of thought provoking because it's like it wasn't just this one guy that's to blame.
Can
Like,
we get,
there was
please
the
stop,
whole-
please stop.
Everybody,
Please stop. Please stop.
stop.
I was gonna ask if y'all had anything to plug, or like want to say your outros.
I
guess my outro is stay safe, stay healthy, have a good one, and then it's a cola.
I am getting distracted by the painter singing the song. Just doing that, I'm like,
Well, I gave you your,
only human after all.
Well,
And then there's the sausage.
I gave you your fucking chance. Man. Darren, thank you for stopping by. CeeLo, thanks for stopping by. Choco, thanks for stopping by, man. You're a homie. Sensoka, thanks for stopping by. You're a fucking homie. Thank you, man. I am your faithful Amanda Splatts. This is the Amanda Splatts Project. Please stop talking about Hitler. Good fucking night.